Hi, everybody. My name is Aaron Smith, and welcome back to Bowl TV for our first collegiate event of the 2021 season. We are going to be heading over to the Prairie View A&M Invitational taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. I'm coming to you live from the Bowl TV studio, but Jason Thomas is actually on site taking care of business at the at USA Bowl for the course of this event. So practice just finished up, so we're going to go ahead and head over to the lanes, and we'll get through a few of our introductions as we get going, but teams of practice, they're all ready to go, and they're ready to start their Baker matches for today. So let's bring that into play here. Let's see if we can find our defending tournament champions, McKendree. They're taking on Stephen F. Austin right now in lanes 39 and 40. So there we go. We are live at USA Bowl. For those of you unfamiliar with NCAA competition, usually lasts 3 days over the course, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to get ready for an entire week's worth of competition. For today, a 42-foot oil pattern. We'll get some details a little bit later on that, but that is the pattern throughout the course of the week. So 42 feet. What these competitors are facing throughout the course of competition. Today, as we mentioned, will be all Baker games. So if you are new to Baker or maybe not familiar with it, it's a pretty cool format. It's essentially 5 players bowling one entire team game. So your leadoff bowler bowls the first and the 6th frame, your second bowler the 2nd and the 7th, your third bowler the 3rd and the 8th, fourth bowler 4th and the 9th, and your fifth bowler bowls the 5th and the all-important 10th frame. So these teams will be having five-game Baker matches throughout the course of the day. So a total of 25 Baker games in today's block. At the end of each 5-game block, the teams will tally up the scores, and whoever has the most total pinfall will essentially win the match. So those wins essentially work toward the end of the season, the postseason. So, teams with great win and loss records have the ability to win their conference and essentially set themselves up for a postseason berth for the NCAA championships a little bit later in the year. So the wins are very important, but the pinfall total is also important through the course of the competition. So as we mentioned, today is all Baker. Tomorrow we have 5 traditional games. So that'll be 5-player team games throughout the course of the day. Once again, teams will be moving around the house here at USA Bowl, facing off against new teams. They will face every team in the field at least once. And then with that, they'll head into bracket play on Sunday. And so the positioning for the bracket is determined by total pinfall. So there's the total pinfall coming all the way around. And then they will work through the bracket, and eventually we will crown a champion at the Prairie View A&M Invitational on Sunday. So that's kind of the ebb and flow of the weekend, if you will. We're looking forward to it. And of course, we have many great competitors. It's great to see the collegiate athletes back on the lanes. The USBC collegiate season started earlier this month. For some of these NCAA teams, they got to start up kind of around the normal time in October, but there have been limited events to compete in. So this is kind of a kickstart, especially for our coverage here on bowltv.com. And we're going to enjoy it. We're going to have the ability to switch around, go to different pairs. If you're watching right now on bowltv.com, you can see the different channels to select from. So we have 4 of the 5 pairs in play currently showing. So over the course of the day, we'll get to see all the teams competing. So you don't necessarily have to stay on this. If you want to follow a favorite team, let's take a quick look. Looks on 35 and 36 right now. It's Arkansas State against Louisiana Tech. We're watching 39 through 40 right now with McKendree and Stephen F. Austin. Over on 47 and 48, we have Sam Houston State and let's see. Right now, I need to see more players from the other team. That's Texas Southern. All right. Got to see the front of the jersey now. Texas Southern and Sam Houston State. And then on 51 and 52, we have our hosts, Prairie View A&M, taking on Nebraska. So those are the current matches. The other teams in the field, Tulane and Youngstown State. So 10 teams total this week. competing for the title here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. If you're watching on desktop, like we said, the channel navigation is right below the video. If you're watching on mobile, in the top right-hand corner, you can select, there's a 4-box window pane. Click on that. That will allow you to cycle through the different channels. Now, we're also live on Facebook here for this opening match. So some of the big news with that is we're just going to be live for this first Baker match. So once this wraps up, these 5 games, folks on Facebook, we're going to encourage you to head over to bowltv.com. All you have to do is create a free login, and you can watch the rest of the day, as well as all the bowling on Saturday. In addition to being able to watch all the action for the first 2 days, there's a Bowl TV chat in there. So it's usually a pretty good community, a lot of chatter about bowling. So that's what we like as well. So we're going to encourage you to head over there. And then for Sunday's round, the bracket finals, that will require a subscription. So if you create a login, you're already halfway there. And then we have a few different options: an annual recurring subscription for $79.95, a monthly for $9.95, or if you just want the finals for the Prairie View A&M Invitational, we have that option as well for $4.95. So that's kind of what we're looking at here throughout the course of the week. As we mentioned, at the moment, we got 5 guests lined up to join us throughout the course of the day. So as they come in, we'll bring them in, and we'll have a chat for 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, just kind of celebrating the return of collegiate bowling here in 2021. We're definitely excited. It was so great to be a part of the collegiate community last year for so many events. And this is just an event we've covered for a long time, traditionally held at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, which was the home of the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series earlier this week. But due to space, they needed a few more lanes, so that's why we're here at USA Bowl. So always a great, gracious host. Shout out to Josh and everyone over there for everything they do. But one of the folks we'll have joining throughout the course of the telecast is Jason Thomas. And I think we're just going to get a quick early hello and a report from JT to see how things are in Dallas at USA Bowl.
Hey, Aaron Smith. Good morning. How are you? Well, it's afternoon now, actually. In
Good
Dallas.
afternoon. That's right. It seems like we haven't done this in so long. How are you, JT?
I think I've partially recovered from the bubble experience. It was an amazing week. A lot of great feedback we've gotten the last few days after the event and while the event was going. So it was really great, very rewarding to be able to bring back the PWBA tour and have it go so successfully. But now we're kicking off the college season, and well, the season's already started, but our Bowl TV coverage that is here on Bowl TV. But it's kind of a similar story to the PWBA. You know, a lot of these kids, lost their season last season. Kind of midway through, right before the best part was about to happen. And so, some of them graduated. Some of them we saw bowl last week in the PWBA. Some of them did quite well. But college bowling's back. And obviously there are some protocols in place here this weekend. No fans, no spectators. We all have to wear masks, as you can see. I'm wearing a mask myself, and all the bowlers are as well. And there's also distance between each set of matches. So we have 10 different teams here competing. We have cameras on all the pairs. We did lose one camera because we did our setup yesterday, and nobody was in the building. And then when the kids started coming in, they started using the Wi-Fi. So we had to remove one. But you'll be able to watch 8 of the 10 teams at any given time throughout the weekend, which is pretty cool.
And teams will be moving around from pair to pair. So as we mentioned, Tulane and Youngstown State at the moment on the pair not featured, but they're not going to be there the whole day. So they'll be moving to the other pairs. So essentially every game, 8 of the 10 teams will be available to view. So just as a note, so potentially, we were hoping to have every pair of lanes covered. So if you're a Tulane or a Youngstown State fan, we just ask for a little bit of patience, kind of moving around the house. You will get the opportunity to see them a couple of times throughout the course of the tournament.
Yeah.
But just for today, that pair, if a team's hitting it, unfortunately we won't have it. But I know the teams are usually pretty good about going live on their Facebook pages as well to follow the action that way.
Yeah, correct. And both of those teams will feature in match 2 on different pairs. So you'll get to see everybody in the tournament as we go through it. Just 2 teams each match will not be on one of our live streams.
All right, JT. Well, we'll let you get back to it there at USA Bowl. We look forward to updates throughout the course of the day, but it's going to be fun to see college bowling once again here on Bowl TV.
It is. You can already hear the excitement. They're cheering and yelling and screaming. It's awesome to be back.
Absolutely. All right, JT. We'll let you go, and we'll see you soon. All right, folks. As we move along here, once again, 5-game Baker matches. Once again, you're not relegated if you're watching on Bowl TV. It's just watching this pair. You can hop around the house. We have the different channels to choose from to follow your favorite teams as they make their way across USA Bowl. So we're going to go full screen right now and wait for our first guest to come in. So everybody sit back, enjoy the sounds of collegiate bowling here on bowltv.com. All right, folks, just got some good information here to pass along. Of course, over the course of the day, we will be sure to update this essentially run through this throughout the course of the day. So everybody is on top of the moves. But as we mentioned for this opening round, 35-36 is going to be Louisiana Tech against Arkansas State. 39-40, which you're watching right now, McKendree versus Stephen F. Austin. 43-44. Currently, our pair not being shown is Youngstown State. There we go. And Tulane. 47-48, Sam Houston State and Texas Southern. And 51-52, Prairie View A&M versus Nebraska. Looking ahead to match 2 on 35-36. McKendree will be taking on Sam Houston State. 39-40 will be Tulane versus Louisiana Tech. For the 43-44, Prairie View A&M versus Arkansas State. So those will be the teams we miss in match 2. 47-48, Nebraska versus Youngstown. Man, I'm in trouble with that today. Youngstown State. And then on 51-52, Stephen F. Austin versus Texas Southern. So as we said, that'll kind of change throughout the course of the day. Kind of looking at it, it looks like every team hits 43 and 44 once. So every team will be available 4 out of the 5 games today. All right, everybody. We promised a few special guests throughout the course of the day, and our first guest has joined us. So I'm very excited to welcome this individual to Bowl TV. He is a Hall of Famer, among many other things, but also the director of bowling at Wichita State University. Let's give a big hello to Mr. Mark Lewis.
Hi there. Hi, guys.
Hi, Mark. How you doing? It's you sound great. So that's always the first battle when bringing someone in. So you sound good. It's great to see you. How you been, Coach?
Everything's been good. Just getting ready to start the second semester up here, so things are going good. Just good to see bowling happening again, college bowling working again. So good start.
Absolutely, we're certainly excited about it, and as we get ready, I know we'll be heading your way in just a week for the Mid-States Championship. So for the Shockers, is that going to be tournament number one, or has the team been able to get one or two more events in?
It is. Excuse me. Our school this semester, just kind of part of its mitigation things with COVID, has pushed the start of the semester back from what would normally have been a couple of weeks ago to start Monday. So we pushed to that kind of similar to what spring was, to condense down, take away spring break, and trying to condense the time that the students are on campus. So we start on Monday. So kids are starting to roll in yesterday, today, starting to get back into the dorms, and we'll start seeing them around on campus here in this weekend. Will be active for them. So we'll start to see faces already. It's been good.
All right, that's definitely exciting. That's that's been the biggest challenge I can imagine as a coach. Just obviously getting the ability or the chance to work with the players. That has to be unique in this current environment we're living in. So obviously, I'm sure a lot of things have transitioned to digital aspects of it for parts of the coaching. But kind of what's been the best way to keep players kind of ready for the season when they're not on campus?
Yeah, that is an ongoing challenge, and it's so unique for each individual because where the kids are, they've gone home after the break, right? We dismissed kids off campus November 18th. They were still doing online classes, but they've been off campus and we've not activities. So that's a pretty long time from any normal. I mean, the breaks already kind of feels like it's a long time it's a month or 6 weeks or whatever. And this is like adding an extra month onto it. So it's really been a challenge. And then you've got the unique thing that everybody's location where they went back home to is different, right? Depends on whether or not their state's more open, their local areas are more open, are the bowling centers open, or how much can they be? So it's unique for each individual in the group. It's not just here's the plan. Everybody do this.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Can't do that, right? So you just kind of had to piecemeal it together, and as much as anything, is just do whatever you can do. I mean, at the very least, you can just be working on your physical conditioning. You can, do a lot of mental training. You can do a lot of visualization. You can do some stuff that, as if you were hurt, right? As if you couldn't do any activity, and try to just do whatever you can other than throw a shot. And if you can, then take advantage of it. So it's been really unique, and each person in each situation has been, just special for their circumstance.
That's a unique way of looking at it, because that was something I would not necessarily go to first, is thinking of how to keep players engaged when they're working through an injury. But that's a fair point, because obviously the on the lane reps can't be happening while they're healing and getting better. But there's always things they can be working on for the mental aspect. So that's a great point.
Right. That's something we see all the time, and we've you see it in other sports. We've seen it, with bowling too, that you get those situations that whether, we regularly have hand or elbow or shoulder issues, and that's going to come up with, from the bowling side, obviously anything, lower body and legs and stuff is going to happen. But when that does happen, doesn't mean you just push the pause button and once I'm healed, I start back up again. That's when it is a challenge, because then you have, any injury, you're going to rehab something. You're going to build back up, because if you've been off long enough, that muscle's not the same. It's not as strong. So, any extended stays like that, that's a normal process. You understand that. But bowling's the same way. I mean, if you're going to take a month off and you normally have been bowling, 5 days a week or 7 days a week, depending on what your typical activity level has been, that's a tougher part. You've got to try and build that back up. So if you can do stuff in the middle and do just physical conditioning, you can do some of the physical things you can do, whatever you can move, like anything else. Someone, a pitcher hurts their shoulder or something, they're going to go run. They're going to do a lot of cardio. They're going to do stuff that doesn't affect that injured piece of the body, arm, elbow, whatever. So you're still keeping your body stronger. My endurance level is still good. My cardio is still good. Maybe I'm getting my legs even stronger than they were before because I can focus on them more. So stuff like that you could build up, and then that way it's a little faster to come back. When it's time to come back, you can maybe do it a little quicker. And that's all you're trying to do is speed that up to, everybody gets so antsy and I want to start to throw a shot. You're right. I mean, that's normal. And just, for anybody, but for younger students, especially for younger folks, it is a challenge to try and, have the patience and not go try and come back too fast and you re-injure it or you stretch it out and it's not quite all the way there. And so you keep aggravating the same thing. So it's always a challenge, but you do still want to do something, and try and help. And so a lot is physical, but mentally we miss that. You can do a lot of visualization, especially you got technology now. You can watch a lot of shots you've thrown. You can go back and look. You could go into Bowl TV and look at shots, right? You can go back and see shots from previous year or back when I was really throwing it good. Or if you're compiling some of that information, you can do that too. So you keep watching some of those and use that to help you see yourself playing. Again, mentally, if you're visualizing and seeing shots getting thrown, if you do it really well and you go through the steps to do it right, your brain doesn't know it's not like you're throwing shots. If you really see it and really, can really experience it and have all the emotions and all the senses working, that you can actually load that in there and your brain thinks it's practicing. And you can actually, that connection between your brain and that muscle and how your body moves, you can help it. And so you can, minimize, not only, at the very least, minimize the lag, but sometimes you can actually make improvements. Those are all kinds of studies of, a lot of training and things that happen out there that are not physically practicing, but the mental side speeds that process up.
Well, that's a lot of good information right there. I would expect nothing less from you, though. But that was a lot to take in for just for just to look at it from that aspect. So I think that's especially for a lot of folks who are tuning in right now who just may have had A, experienced an injury, or B, have been away from the game so long, or have these delays, or potentially opportunity to bowl, not opportunity to bowl. So some great ways to kind of keep ready for that next opportunity, that next tournament, that next league session, whatever it may be.
Right. Even just in the times that there's so many people that are going to experience a self-isolation time, right? They're going to have to be in a quarantine. They may still be healthy, and it's not that part, but I have to, I'm in a close contact and things that happen. We saw that with other sports. You see basketball, when they were in their bubble, they were trying to do exercises and stuff in their hotel rooms, the NBA guys that were in the bubble in Florida. So you see that happen. It happens in other sports, but we just sometimes from a bowling side don't use that enough and see it from that side, and use your mental training stuff as much as you can to try and help the physical. The physical helps the mental side. You see yourself throw good shots. Gee, my mind feels pretty confident. I feel pretty good about what I'm doing. So it's they work together. They're not independent. They are working together. So if you can focus on some of that and use it to help you, then you're better off, and you can kind of move the needle a little bit instead of feeling like here I am stuck in the basement again, sitting on the sofa, not getting anything done. Okay, but there's stuff you can do, and you can use some stuff. You can just, again, household weights around the house, and swinging balls and swinging, grabbing gallons of water or whatever, just stuff to try and keep yourself moving, keep your body and ready to throw shots, and then see yourself throwing shots. So it's an easier and a quicker step when that does come back. So you're a lot closer to being able to be right where you were, and see if you can keep getting better, because this has been a tough situation the whole time around. The first semester, the same way, I'm sure across the country, was still a challenge for everybody trying to, how do I get enough practice time in through all the little stops and starts and stops and starts, and how do I do that to try and not feel like I'm losing ground, right? I feel like I haven't done anything. I haven't thrown a shot for a while. Well, you can. It's just but you got to work at it.
Absolutely. And big thanks to Jason Thomas getting some scores rolling for us here on BowlTV.com. So once again, for these Baker matches, 5 games, the accumulation of the 5 will determine who wins the match here on the NCAA side. So you kind of have the update there through the early going here on our featured pair, Stephen F. Austin 178, McKendree 155 to kick things off in game 1. Coach, obviously, we're excited to see collegiate bowling back, kind of working its way back into the regular schedule. But for you, what's the thing you look forward to the most each season? You got, obviously some players are coming back, some players you've worked with, new faces coming in. It's kind of a mix of energy with that. But the season's getting started. You finally get ready for that first tournament. What are the things you look forward to the most each season?
Yeah, I mean, it is that mixture. It's the deal of seeing players coming back, and kind of it's always that process. And this is this break kind of does it. It's kind of normal, even if we started in the fall. Is just seeing where people are at and seeing the improvement that the kids have made, and they've worked at it before they come back, and trying to just excited to see all the work they've put in to make themselves a little bit better, and kind of looking actually did try to put in the work, and actually took the okay, where was I last year, and how I finished, and that's always exciting. And then the other is the deal with the new players that are just kind of starry-eyed a little bit, not really sure what to expect. They think they got a handle on what that is. That's always the case. That's a pretty normal thing, but that they don't. They don't. So and then to get in competition, and just understanding that there's a pretty sizable learning curve and jump from a really pretty good high school player to a good quality collegiate player. It's a pretty sizable jump, and we've seen that over the years. Obviously, that with the change with junior gold, but you've seen it in previous years of junior gold where collegiate players were the ones that just dominated a lot of that. They were up there toward the top in that division when you had that the division that included the kids that were a little older. They've had a couple of years under the belt, and you're bowling on sport patterns all the time. Sport patterns are worse, all the time. So you're not kind of being helped by what the patterns out there. So you really have to be sharper, and you have to be able to be more versatile. And it's not the same from event to event. I mean, some places around the country the conditions are tougher in high school, but for the most part it's not. So that's just that it's that learning curve is a challenge, and just the quality of the player, the depth is so much better, from high school to college, but also just over the years is unbelievable better. How much, 5-10 years, pick whatever number you want, players are better, and the depth is so much better that you're seeing that, each year goes by, just the quality is so much better.
I would agree. And, one player from the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series who, was buzzing around everybody's social media and just kind of the talk of the bowling world for a couple of days there was Jillian Martin, a young player who is a high schooler, just 16 years old, but who made a pair of stepladder finals at a national tour stop. But she had already been making these impressions, at the, at Junior Gold. You mentioned that event, winning not winning, but leading qualifying for the U20 division to earn a spot on Junior Team USA. And she's found a ton of success in other, major kind of national events like the Storm Youth Championships.
Right.
And I think that, there's, I think that was just a wow factor for a lot of us. We knew she was good, but, it's one of those things when you see someone compete against the best of the world and not only hang with them, but kick a few butts along the way too.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's, that's just something pretty phenomenal. So that was a fun experience for us to watch. Coach, for you, just obviously, I'm sure that's she's probably on everyone's recruit list now at some point or other. But I'm sure that was fun to watch a player that young find that type of success on a national level like that.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, just historically, you don't see that very often. I mean, some of those analogies that you guys popped up and you had put out there. You have to go back to like a Judy Sutar and back to a Wendy McPherson and those who were 17. Even Linda Barnes kind of had that at the time. Linda Norrie, before us moving on, I bowled with her. We were part of the same Team USA group when she was just coming out of high school and just kind of just early, even just freshman, sophomore. Kind of her, Kim back at the same time. Both those guys from San Jose. So you had that, but they were again pretty remote and far apart. Pretty. There's a big lag between times, but that's part of the stuff that I think that this is sped up a little bit, like you talked about. There's so much stuff for youth players to bowl now. So you literally can be every couple of weeks. So you go back 5 years, 8 years. It was really just summer events, or it was the holiday event stuff that was in Las Vegas that you had. That was kind of an ongoing deal that those occurred. But you have so many more events that they get that experience. They're in those tournament moments. They're in those end of qualifying, whether they have match play in them or not. But they're in those events so much more often. It's like anything that way. You're gonna get those competitive reps in. You're going to be more seasoned. So it's going to feel, gee, I've kind of been here. Sure, it's like we always talk about. You get to a pro stop, or you get to the Masters or the Queens, or just even to a USBC Open. You get to those events, you kind of like, wow, this is different. Okay, I don't think I've been in a building like this before. When you walk into that kind of convention center arena, or you walk into the into the stadium for the first time and things that way, that it can, just the drama of just everything else that you can look at can kind of swallow you up, and does to a lot of people. But these guys are in this a lot more than way more than anything back to my time. Oh my God, didn't have that many events, and I'm not worried about, what of the 12 balls I'm trying to adjust from. I'm just trying to, I got the same rubber ball in my shoes, but even as you move on, the skills that they have and the knowledge they pick up, that's gotten so much faster and so much better that the players is sometimes it can be confusing, because again, you get trapped into, from the tour side, it can be a real, ball environment, a ball dominant environment, because you can change so much. But you get into a collegiate side, or into events that are a ball imitation, situation, then you've got to be able to have the skills to work around, what you picked to take. If it's a 5-ball limit or a 6-ball limit or whatever the number is, then it's more your skills kind of have to come into play a little bit. And I can't just go out to the truck or my trailer I'm pulling behind me and bring in ball number 47. You have to have your skill set, to kind of fill the gaps between what your arsenal does. You can't have them be too close together, where you might, in a tournament situation where I've got 12 balls, okay, you got some special ones. But if you're in a collegiate deal and you got five balls, then then those things change. And how do I do that? I have to, same thing. I have to learn, how do I move from high school when I can just go grab whatever ball I want to, okay, now I've got to I got to be a little more knowledgeable about setting my arsenal up, and I've got the variety in there, and I got my surfaces a little different, and I've got the layouts are a little bit different, and how that complements what I like to do, and each person's a little different. So, but kids, the youth today are sharper. Yeah, Jillian's, she's special, but there's a bunch out there that are really, really good. There really are. And so, and it's not like that's stopping. It's like getting deeper. It's not like, okay, well, there's that one, okay, they're by themselves. No, there's more coming. and that's it's exciting.
It is. It's certainly an exciting time, and for a lot of the reasons you mentioned, just the opportunities, the kids today essentially not afraid of the sport patterns. I know when I was, I fall, a generation or two behind that. When I was kind of moving out of the junior ranks into the adult ranks, college time for me, and going out for the year I bowled collegiately, the thought of tougher patterns was pretty foreign to me, and I didn't have that type of training knowledge. So obviously I kind of worked from what I did and attempted to learn from there, but it was a lot of unfortunate on the job training, which, as you know, is not the best. The collegiate event like the Hoosier Classic is not the best place to kind of get that on the job training, as I'm sure Nick Hoagland is laughing right now. But yeah, I think that's so great to see so many kids want to take that opportunity. And, I know at Wichita State, you guys have a camp as well, something, where those young players can essentially kind of get the idea of not only get the great coaching that you offer there, but the ability to kind of, I'm sure, learn just a little bit more about what the college environment is like to experience just in general.
Right. Well, we're really lucky that we do have, and just because of the longevity we've had and all the stuff that Coach Vatican kind of leading through this process, and people that came before him, even that we've grown to the point where we can have our own Kegel flex machine for an 8-lane bowling center. Doesn't usually happen very often. A little 8-lane center would have that, but we're able to have our facility be a training center to where we always tell people, looking at people who ask or people who wander through, what kind of patterns do you have? I said, once a year we'll have a house pattern. It'll be like a fundraiser, but 364 is sport or worse. It's either, it could be flat, it could be inverted on purpose. So it's stuff that just, we want to make it hard. We want to try and, push you around a little bit and make it tougher. Because again, if you want to play at a higher level, you got to be able to practice at a tough level. You can't go practice on something soft and then try and go to something that's flat. It doesn't work that way. I'd rather be practice on something that's flatter, and then you give me there's a little more in the middle, then what you're used to controlling. Your feedback is so much better. You get the good feedback on when I am a little softer, or I do get around a little too much, or I see it when I've got the ball's a little too shiny and the distance isn't controlled, and all those things like that show up. So you're trying to do that as much as you can. And you're right. The kids more today. In fact, that's what one of the strengths college bowling has always seen, that as it grew, and the players almost kind of wanted to, let's move away from the stuff was too soft. I mean, you go back enough and it was 260s and people averaging 250 games. It was like 250 averages in St. Louis at the, that the tournament was at the, at strike and spare, but actually everybody else called it strike and strike because that's what it was. Literally for decades, right? People would call it, hey, we're going to go strike and strike, and everybody knew what you were talking about. But because it was people averaging 250 over the course of a 9-game event, and just so you got players over the years. We want to be on stuff that's harder, and we want to make stuff that makes us work harder, knowing that at that time the stuff on tour and stuff that at higher levels than the things at the elite events, the Masters and the U.S. Open, when the U.S. Open was 40 feet flat. That was like, you're going to the Masters. You're going to to play the golf Masters. You're playing a golf U.S. Open when they're the hardest. And so the college players actually started demanding that. They kind of wanted that. So they kind of led that. And that's where that kind of came from. And so, college bowling is all about that it's, it was even before even USBC kind of has loosened theirs or whatever. It was 2-1, 2-1, 2.5, 1.5, 1.8, and so you'll see that pop up. So it really helps to show the player just where your skill level is. It gives you the feedback. Can I control my speed? Can I control my rotation? Can I make adjustments? You get that better feedback when the lane isn't kind of helping you a little bit. Sure, it's nice to strike, but it's also kind of good to know that I can see when I make a mistake, and I know I got to go work on that. And that's hopefully what that kind of gives you when you're able to practice on something flat a lot, and then go compete on it. So yeah, it's a challenge, but they're not shying away from it. And the kids today, they're not shying away from it. They're going to go out there. They're going to get beat up at times, but then they go back and go, hey, I don't know what I'm doing on this. I don't know what to do yet, because adjustments and how you adjust from a house pattern, the adjustments on something flatter are so different. And it really confuses people if they've only seen one. And we've had this over the years. We've had players who go, my kid's averaging 220 and they're close to shooting 300 a lot. And we got the junior gold and, oh my God, what is this? Because your normal moves make it harder. If you make a house pattern movement or adjustment, the pattern gets harder. And so you just have to have the experience on it. So kids are doing it and they're out there looking for it. And you see it, that they're looking to try and find places that they can be on something harder and they can practice on something harder with their local centers and doing more of that, which has been great. And that's what's helped their games get better. And we're seeing that from the youth side.
Absolutely. And Coach, your reference to strike and strike, I'm sure caught a few people in the fields right there. And I'm sure a few folks were pining for the old days of the collegebowling.com message boards at the moment as well with that reference. So that was a good comeback. I certainly heard some stories about that back in the day, and folks averaging 250, 255 for the event. But that was a great reference to kind of show where it's gone. And obviously, that tougher preparation has also led to more success when you look at the transition from players making it from college to the tour. Usually for a lot of sports, there's a learning curve essentially for players to get to that next level. The game moves at a different speed, they sometimes say, but I think players are more equipped now because they grew up on this tough stuff in college to understand those moves that you talked about, that, knowing how to read a pattern front to back instead of left to right, things of that nature, to where they can, not necessarily go in and have to, beat their head against a wall for a whole year trying to understand the moves, because they've spent 4 years at college, sometimes the hard way learning, and then eventually getting good and getting to the point to where, okay, all of a sudden, all this now makes sense. This big jigsaw puzzle has all come together,
right?
And they can find instant success. And you look at on the women's side, a player like Jordan Richard, who was standout at Arkansas State, came in 4 events in, won an event like that, and right. She's won again since. She's been a perennial contender since. So it's certainly exciting to see that out on the tours as well.
No, I think I've always kind of said it. Battled with Stu has to ask the question. I got with Stu and Barney a little bit, and Stu kind of same thing. But I think that gap has gotten closer. I think you're seeing players both on the women's side and the men's side that it's a quicker learning curve. I think there's players closer, and I think that's why you're seeing a bunch of young folks on both sides. The guys tour. You've seen a bunch of young kids that are right there on the edge, and you go back, again, since I've been around a little while, so I've had a few more years to see things and seen a few more balls go down the lane. That over time, it used to be, it was a steep learning curve to go from a really, really good college player to be able to break through and have success on the men's tour, on the women's tour. It just didn't happen. Again, the Wendy McPherson's were like there was like one of those. There wasn't very many, and it was hard. It was one of those where you had to put your time in, and maybe 5 years, 7 years, to be able to learn what it's like in that the new adult, travel league that's called a professional tour, because you're into the same center over the course of a year, but all those other guys have been there for 5 or 10 or 20 years, and they know those centers, and they know what they do, and they know this lane hooks more than that lane, and you make this adjustment to 17 and 18 and change balls. Don't even worry about trying to play it the same way. All that stuff, all that built-in knowledge, it was tough. It was hard to jump in, but you got a bunch of the young kids that you're seeing. Those are a lot of the guys that you're see it in the on the Players Championship on the the PBA side, and you saw, like you said, you talked about it, that Jordan Richards example, Sidney Brummett, one of our players who's out at the same time, has been kind of right on the edge, kind of figuring things out, but is in the hunt. She's going to cash on a regular basis, and you got a bunch of players like that, and we see that. Julia Bond's in the same deal where she came across and played great and worked through that to where she's in the hunt doing that too. So you look at those. How many of those players are 5 years removed from a college program? It's a pretty good, even just this last couple of weeks with the stuff from down at the events at the kickoff there's some players that are there, and that on the guy side you're seeing it too with the Tang brothers, and you got from us, we got Frankie and Packy, and those guys are out, and AJ, all from they're all in the same college team together. And you got a bunch of kids that same way. Wesley Lowe, who's out and gets in the hunts, and you got Simonson's kind of as a young kid, didn't do the college rank, but you got a bunch of kids that there's enough competition out there. There's enough things to go bowl, and you get those reps in. It's still the learning curve of, okay, what's the tour patterns? Who's putting stuff out? The oils may be different. Maybe you haven't been on Brunswick oils, or you haven't been on these kind of Kegel oils, so there's still a learning curve there, but guys are closer, and their skill sets are closer than what it used to be even 10 years ago. So there's a smaller step there to get there. There's still a step, there's still a division, but it's exciting because you're seeing a lot of young players that are being able to see I can get there and do that, and to have the PBA being able to up what they're doing and make it, the dollars are really good to help them, to maybe draw some more folks into that, to maybe might be able to make that be a career. And the women's, you got your added women's stops, and you got, the different series events are kind of a nice deal. It gives them a chance to do that in a short cycle like the guys have done for a while. Mm-hmm. So it's exciting. I think you're going to see that trend continue because, like I said, what's happening is that the kids that are 15 to 18, they're better than they used to be. And so that transcends into that they're going to be a little better at the college level because we're seeing college levels get just deeper and deeper. The talent's really pretty good. That's just, you got some good folks coming that are going to be out there in the professional ranks that will, like the professional ranks are probably in a pretty good place for the next, 10, 15 years because of a lot of that.
I would agree with you. And Coach, I know I asked you for about a half hour, and we're hitting that mark right now. So first off, I want to say, I missed seeing your winter sweater at the Vegas events. Hopefully,
I did bust it out during the holiday break. I did have that out, so it worked pretty good.
All right, that's good. I missed seeing those this year. But before I let you go, just tell us a little bit about the Wichita State teams coming into this season. Some players we should be looking out for to make a real impact in the collegiate season.
Well, it's exciting. It's one of those things where it's a kind of challenge from before to look back because it's challenged just because what was missed out on for some of those players that went through that. But you've got some kids back. So on our guy side, you got Brandon Biondo, who's just had just an outstanding year, was a first team All-American last year and right on the cusp of a kind of a player of the year type of level of the year he had last year. And he's so this is his extended kind of senior year, fifth year type senior player, after going home and coming back to us. But he's like, it's excited to see just where he steps. He makes the next steps moving forward. And we had a couple of young kids from last year that kind of stepped in, and with Allie Kepingler from a junior gold side and TJ Rock out of Vegas, that they both have really solid freshman years. And Allie kind of just felt like he just kind of stepped in and things felt normal to him pretty quickly. And TJ's battled a little bit, but was really getting really good down the stretch at the end of last year. So excited to look for where that continues and moves forward for him on the guy side. And then you throw in that you got a bunch of guys in there with Nick Summer and kids from last year were there, and Bradley Howe, guys that have been around Team USA and Junior Team USA stuff. And then you throw in just throw in a wild card with Cameron Hurwitz to join the crew as a freshman, because it's kind of been fun in the fall with him around and kind of the that mixture of old dog Brandon Biondo and and new starry-eyed kid, with Cameron Hurwitz, and Cameron's such a cool kid. So it's just a lot of fun to be around. The guys are having fun. So that group's kind of a neat mix, and it always is so different, right? You're mixing it together every year, trying to find something that fits together, and how do these guys kind of find their common ground and find their way to kind of negotiate that together. So that's always exciting. But so you kind of on that side is good. And on the women's side is you got a pretty big core group coming back with folks that had really good, finished the year last year with Madison Janik and Addison Herzberg and and Sarah Clausen had really solid years toward the end and were really playing good. And their games look really good. Everybody's really been looking good in the fall. That same group with kind of Olivia Komorowski's in that mix with her too. Our lone senior in the mix is a gal named Sierra Shoka, who's out of Texas. So she, again, it's kind of just keep everybody working hard. And then we throw in a little, freshman in that group with Cindy Hollinger to kind of mix into that. So, add a left-handed freshman in the group and been throwing it really good too. So it's just exciting to kind of, how to kind of work together and how do we, dance around all the landmines that is this season with COVID to try to avoid being, college basketball teams and stuff and NFL teams and NHL teams trying to, not have, events, missed because of just something that flares up and happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. And you get somebody that's got an issue, even just not theirs, but their close contact, could not even beyond their fault. So that's the challenge for everybody through this whole process. So, but it's exciting with the groups we've got and, with both the folks coming back and a chance to see where they go, but also just some new faces that are, we're kind of excited to see what happens with those guys and just like everything, just watch them grow up, watch them, become, young adults and be, just grow out of that kind of, I'm not really sure what I'm doing and kind of just stumbling around and then trying to figure it out. So it's always exciting. And that's, some are, more meteoric, where you get the Dasha Kovalovas that are just like, we're just this little lost kid, at 18 years old and had no clue with, coming from so far away to being just the great personality she is, that just, anything's going to come out of her mouth. You never know what's going to happen because she's just so funny and so quick. And, but stuff like that is always fun just to see, just the growth as they learn and they grow and they get a little more mature and just, like we're always doing. We're just excited just being able to try and help them whatever we can. That's always what we look forward to doing that. And that's why I'm here. Why, it's hard to run away from that. It's fun to just help them get as good as they want to get. And so this is just okay, time to do it again. So we're excited to get out there and actually start shooing it up. And, I'm sure be a lot of butterflies and people probably throwing it Mach 10, initially because you just been holding back for so long, like we talked about earlier. So it'll be a challenge. How long does that take to settle in and get back to feels like normal again? So, but there'll be a little bit of butterflies at the start, which is kind of fun, and we'll see how everything goes.
Absolutely. Well, Coach, appreciate the time. It's always great to see you. It's been too long since we've actually done it in person, but I've loved the opportunity to catch up with you, and can't wait to see Wichita State on the lanes in just a week here on Bowl TV.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We're looking forward to the Mid-States tournament here in town, so we'll get that going and get off and running. But it's always great. Thanks for all the stuff you do and what the Bowl TV's been doing. I said the last couple of weeks has been really good. So that stuff was really good. A lot of really good information. I think was very helpful for everybody. So just just exciting with all the stuff in the schedule, with the collegiate schedule that you guys are doing, which will be a lot of fun. So a lot of stuff for people to see and learn more about what's going on. So it's really good.
All right, Coach, we appreciate it, and we'll see you soon. There we go. But thanks again for joining us here on Bowl TV.
All right, Aaron. Thank you, buddy.
All right, thanks, Coach.
All right, bye.
All right, everybody. That was USBC Hall of Famer and Director of Bowling for Wichita State University, Coach Mark Lewis. We are ready for game number 5 here. So this is the final game of this Baker block between McKendree and Stephen F. Austin. So we'll go ahead and keep track of scores as we go back to full screen, but you can see the match scores after 3. Stephen F. Austin, and 563 to 506. We'll get an update shortly after 4. All right, we have the scores rolling. As we can see, Stephen F. Austin here on our featured match against McKendree, 769 to 700. So the Lady Jacks put themselves in an early strong position. Louisiana Tech up 772 to 730 against Arkansas State. Tulane 791 to Youngstown State. 791, 785, close match there. Sam Houston 743 to Texas Southern 671, and Prairie View A&M 794 to 748 over Nebraska at the moment. Right now, both teams looking to collect their first strike. here in the final game of the match. So Stephen F. Austin getting closer to collecting an early victory. Big thanks to Coach Mark Lewis, Hall of Famer. There's a nice shot. From SFA. All right, everybody, we're gearing down toward the end of Game 5 here of Baker set number 1 at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Once again, if you're on BowlTV.com, you already have a login set up. Feel free to hang out the rest of the day. We'll have the next 5 Baker sets coming up next on Bowl TV. For those of you tuning in on Facebook, we certainly appreciate the company as well. But this is kind of the end of the run here watching. So for the next couple of shots here, we'll stay on. But as soon as this match between McKendree and Stephen F. Austin wraps up, we will be taking down the Facebook feed and just having everything on BowlTV.com. The good news is, as we mentioned, for Bowl TV, you just need to create a community login to watch the rest of the day. That goes the same for Saturday. So folks can have the ability to watch a little bit, see if they want to check out the collegiate action for the rest of the weekend. So on Sunday for the bracket final, you will need a subscription. A few different options, though. Between PWBA, the USBC Masters, and US Open, collegiate, not only the regular season like you're watching here, the sectionals, postseason, and of course the ITCs and ISC. We got youth bowling, junior gold, USA bowling, senior events such as Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, the Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series. If you kind of want to watch Bowl TV throughout the course of the year, get all those events, the full PWBA Tour season, as we mentioned. We would recommend you checking out the annual recurring subscription, $79.95. The opportunity to kind of watch all that throughout the course of the year. It's pretty much there's not a lot of weekends where there's not bowling going on in some capacity, form, way, shape, all that good stuff. So there's a lot of opportunities to watch throughout the course of the year, which is obviously great. And you also get access to all the on-demand content, the archives as well. So a lot to look at just to keep you busy. But if you want to potentially look to lock something up a little less long-term, we have a monthly recurring subscription for $9.95 as well. The same access, just at a month's pace instead of the full year. And then, of course, if you just want to watch it for the bracket itself here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, we have an option for that as well. $4.95 for that last day. Gets you all 3 rounds of the bracket. So we're looking forward to that. And, of course, crowning our champion on Sunday. Usually the Prairie View in past years has intertwined with the Super Bowl, and we made a lot of bad puns about Super Bowling because that's what I'm all about, bad puns. But obviously a little different this week, but still going to have the same great action here with 10 of the top NCAA teams in the nation. Once again, the teams joining us here this week, McKendree, Sam Houston State, Nebraska, Stephen F. Austin, Arkansas State, Louisiana Tech, Tulane, Texas Southern, Youngstown State, and Prairie View A&M are hosts. When we look at those teams, McKendree, Sam Houston, Nebraska, Stephen F. Austin, all NCAA champions. So it's a pretty talented field. Arkansas State has been a perennial contender as well, still looking for that first NCAA title. A lot of great programs as well, looking at the development. Youngstown State had a phenomenal year last season. Louisiana Tech's always tough. Tulane as well. Texas Southern up and coming. Prairie View A&M as well. So every team here has something to prove. And as we kind of wrap up here, McKendree and Stephen F. Austin, we're looking forward to watching these great young competitors compete. Some great coaching staffs as well. Steve and Amber Lemke for SFA, longtime coaches there. The O'Keefes, Shannon and Brian for McKendree. So a lot of excitement as they wrap things up. So, folks, with that, if you're watching on Bowl TV, we'll be back for the next set of matches here. Let's see. I had that document available here somewhere. I know it didn't get too far. Take a look at who's coming up next. On lanes 35 and 36, McKendree will be taking on Sam Houston. On 39 and 40, Tulane will be taking on Louisiana Tech. 47-48, Nebraska versus Youngstown State. And then on 51 and 52, Stephen F. Austin against Texas Southern, which means the Prairie View A&M and Arkansas State match on 43 and 44 will be the one missing this round. But we'll do our best to get updates, kind of like we've had this entire round with the scroller going through. So for the folks watching on Bowl TV, we'll be right back with match number 2. We might skip around to a different pair as well to see who we want to see match up. But for right now, we're going to say goodbye to our friends on Facebook. Thank you again for joining us. Head over to bowltv.com, create a free login, check it out, see what it's all about. We certainly welcome you to join. Once again, no charge to watch the rest of the Baker competition today and the traditional games tomorrow. So be sure to check that out. bowltv.com, free login for the next 2 days to watch all the bowling actions. So, folks, my name is Aaron Smith. Big thanks to Coach Mark Lewis, Hall of Famer Mark Lewis from Wichita State, for joining us here in Game 1. We do have another guest scheduled in about hopefully 5 minutes or so. So looking forward to that conversation as well. Delaware State coach and PWBA Tour champion Alicia Current planning to join the broadcast soon. But for right now, folks on Facebook, we're going to be signing off. The good people on bowltv.com. Hang tight. We'll be back with the next match next. I just said next a lot. All right, and big thanks to JT for running down scores for us on site at USA Bowl in Dallas. So after Game 5, Louisiana Tech 957 to 931 win over Arkansas State. Stephen F. Austin 943 to 904 over McKendree. Tulane 957 to 940 over Youngstown State. Sam Houston with the win 956 to 854 against Texas Southern, and Prairie View A&M 966 out of the gates, defeating Nebraska 892. For those of you who have not watched NCAA matches in the past, usually teams do have essentially a traveling period between each match. So usually there is a delay like this. Everyone waits for the final pair to finish up, and essentially there's about a 3-minute window to start, 3-4 minutes to kind of get to your starting pair, get settled, for the coaches to fill out any necessary paperwork to get ready, and then and then they'll get on to their 5-game Baker match to continue on. So that's part of the kind of what's going on right now for folks who are new to NCAA competition, but very structured throughout the course of their tournaments. Follow pretty strict guidelines as well. And we can hear the announcement starting up now that they'll be getting the okay to start up again. So we'll stay on 39 and 40 here, and we'll welcome Tulane and Louisiana Tech. All right, everybody. As we settle into Baker match number 2, our next special guest is going to be ready to join us here on bowltv.com. So let's give a big warm welcome to Delaware State head coach and PWBA Tour champion, Alicia Current.
Hi,
Hello,
Aaron.
Alicia.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. You sound awesome. It's great to see you. How you been?
Yeah, it's cold up here, so been cold. But other than that, we've been pretty good. I've been pretty good. Yep. How about you?
I don't believe we're as in the cold predicament here in Texas, but there was a little bit of frost on the window the other day. Does that count as cold up there?
No.
No, okay, just making sure. But no, we're all good. Back watching collegiate bowling here on Bowl TV, so we're very excited for that, and excited for the opportunity to catch up with you. It's
Yeah.
been it's been a while since we've gotten to kind of watch collegiate bowling event, and obviously the Hornets are always a tough team to look out for each and every season. But just kind of tell us what the things you've been working on as the coach, and things the team has looking forward, or things they're looking forward to in the next couple of weeks.
So basically, as a coach, I've just been trying to really over the fall, and now even as we get into competitions, just trying to learn how my players communicate, how they react to certain things, how I need to speak to them or talk to them when they're down or when they're too hype, or little things like that is what I'm working on with them, and obviously learning the equipment as we get new stuff into their arsenals. And then the team, we're just working hard on the lanes. We are mentally preparing ourselves, which I think we've done a really good job at doing that over the fall semester, because that's really mainly all we really could do besides practice together. And we just been practicing on the different patterns that we're going to see. We're fortunate enough in college bowling, the coach who's hosting they will send out the pattern that we're going to be bowling on for the weekend about 7 to 10 days before we go. So we're fortunate enough to have a bowling center that takes care of us and puts those out for us, so that way we can see a little bit of what we're going to be dealing with, at least, and have a feel for it. So that's pretty much what we've been doing, besides some daily temperature checks, and we do COVID testing 3 times a week. So that's pretty much been life since
Gotcha.
August.
That's has the team had the have you guys had your first event yet, or are you still looking to make the season debut a little bit farther down the road?
We had our first event last weekend in Waynesboro, PA. It was a smaller event. Team performance, how we finished, wasn't exactly what we were looking for, but we learned a lot about ourselves and about the team, and we had a lot of great things come out of the weekend. We're pretty young, pretty young team. I only lose 1 next year. So I'm proud of how they responded and how hard they worked, and their comments over the weekend, and just the atmosphere that we made for ourselves was very, very good. We had fun at the same time, so we're just going to take from it. And this weekend we have one coming up tomorrow. We'll be traveling over towards Baltimore, Maryland, for a 2-day event, and take what we learned from last weekend. And this weekend we actually have all 7. Last weekend we only had 6 with us, so we'll have all 7 this weekend. And we're just excited. We're ready to go, and we have our last practice session today before we head out, and then we'll get to work.
Excellent. Well, it's always good to hear about the, and I'm sure a lot of that, heading into that first event, obviously with everything that's happened, I'm sure there was a lot of anxiousness, a lot of nerves, just a lot of everything, just knowing it had been so long. But I'm glad to hear all, a lot of steps in the right direction and looking ahead to that next event. So a lot of positives to take away from it, and a lot of opportunities to learn, which is, I feel that's kind of the coach's motto throughout the course of history, is just trying to find things to learn from each and every time you go out there and compete.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's, no matter what our performance is week after week, we try to take as much positivity out of it. Wow, good spare there.
Absolutely.
We just try to take every positive thing that we can, so that way we're always learning and always moving forward, so that way we don't get caught up in too much of the coulda, shoulda, woulda type thing, because that's a thing of life too. So little life lessons as I coach and as we go forward within the season. So I'm excited. I got 7 girls who are, I say it over and over again, they're on the same page. So it's exciting to have that happening, and everybody just working towards that common end goal.
Mm-hmm. I know the Hornets, you guys had a first team All-American last season in Alexis Nair, who wrapped up her collegiate career, and hopefully is going to be joining some time here on the PWBA tour as well. I believe she's already become a member, and looking forward to seeing her compete. We've seen her bowl well at a few events. She made a nice run at the U.S. Women's Open in 2019, but for to have a player of that caliber, obviously, with college, that's going to happen. Players are going to use their 4 years of eligibility and move on to the next thing. For you, just trying to, manage the team in that situation, knowing you're losing a talented player like that. And, what's the communication to the players who bowled with Alexis, who are, coming back and now have to kind of take over that leadership role? What's the best way, or the way you like to kind of get them ready for that next step?
Well, if you're talking about going on to professional or anything like that, I don't try to push it too much, because everybody's on a different career path, what they want to be doing in life. But a lot of them do always want to be like, well, I want to compete in the Queens. I want to be able to go to my local, if there's a PWA event, they want to be able to bowl that and compete, which is awesome, because that's how you get your feet wet. That's how you get them, committed into the professional world of things. So I try not to push it too much, because I don't want them to feel that that's all there is to it. And I want them to be able to have a good career path ahead of them in the things that they really, they've worked really hard for in their academic career. But other than that, stepping into the leadership role, we have a lot of leaders on the team in all different ways. So I really don't see that being a problem. We past weekend example, I had the junior step up. I have a really good grad student who really sets the tone and has been a positive role model for the girls in the past, and really a lot this year too. And then I had freshmen step up this past weekend, who first tournament out of the gate made an all tournament team. So that was, awesome. And she was high on the team. So for that to happen, I don't know, it's just something special to see that. And there was no feelings of like, oh, I wish I could have beat her, or I should have beat, anybody like that. So like, I don't know, for me as a coach to have that, and for everybody to really accept one another and to respect one another is huge. But fill-in shoes, I don't think we're going to have a problem with that. I got 3 freshmen coming up, all of different levels, they know their different roles on the team, stepping in where they need to, coming in. I had another one who she didn't bowl very much, but she stepped in when she needed to and filled the frames up. And she was nervous as all ever. And I was like, just breathe. She's like, I think I was nervous all week. And I was like, it's okay. And so we kind of worked with the nerves and just kind of breathing throughout bowling this week to get her ready. But other than that, I mean, they all know their roles. They know things change and things happen. So it's a special group that we have here right now. And like I said, we're young, so I'm excited, and we'll be even younger next year when I got a couple girls coming in through too. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good.
Now, obviously, you talk a lot about the freshmen coming in not only this season, but looking ahead to the next season as well. And I know with NCAA there are particular rules for recruitment, but for the folks who may be watching at home, what are the type of characteristics that Delaware State is looking for in a player? Obviously. Bowling skill, I'm sure, is pretty paramount in the grand scheme of things. But I know there's a lot of other aspects that go into it that before you essentially want to say, okay, this player is right for my program. This is right for the team I want to build. So what are some of those things that you really look for in a player who's looking to join your program?
I mean, off the bat, a great student, somebody who knows that. It's not just about being an athlete, but the student aspect of it too, because most of your time you will spend as a student when you're in school. But I do just now, like anybody who does come on the team, when I ask you to be an athlete, I expect 110% at that point. But I do look for bowlers who are great students and a great student athlete. Just going to be a positive role model, and just that they want to learn, they want to have fun at the same time, and just someone who's just passionate about the sport too. It's sometimes that's hard to find altogether, but I think I'm on the right path again of now being back, of building the program back up to where we were, and even better. But number one is definitely academics, because that's what's going to get them, to their next level of their career choice. And a lot of opportunities we have at the Dell State University, and within our conference. So, things can happen. If you go to a different conference, you might not have the career that you have, so things like that can really change the path that you're on sometimes too. But I believe in our conference, and I believe in our school. So just the opportunities, and I want them to be able to be open-minded to that, and see what is really available for them here.
That's some excellent stuff there, Alicia. And we've talked a little bit about the coaching aspect, but you're a pretty darn good collegiate bowler yourself. And we actually had your old coach Mark Lewis on just a little bit before you as well. So
L-Dog.
L-Dog. I did not call him that.
Coach L-Dog. You should have.
I only referenced his great Christmas sweaters that he would break out at the Las Vegas events. So that was the only inside joke I had for him. I didn't have an L-Dog. So next time I see him, though, he will be called L-Dog.
Yeah.
But
that's what we called him.
But being to looking at the success the Shockers had while you were there, and some of the individual success you had as well, getting the opportunity to win the ISC and then win the ITC all in the same year, and individual success, team success, kind of all mixed together there. But I'm sure the singles event had a lot to do with your teammates as well. But, what was it like being in that moment, now that these players are out here essentially looking to kind of have that type of finish to their season? You experienced both of those, looking back at it, what was it like being part of a team that went out and won a national championship?
That is something that I will never forget. We have a group chat of some of the girls still, where we'll bring it up, or we'll have a Zoom call and be like, do you remember when this happened? And that was so much fun. We wish we could go back to it, because we just knew, I don't know, the team of when we won in 2007, I don't know. There was something different about us. It wasn't that we were cocky or anything like that, but we were just very confident in ourselves and one another, that when we walked into a tournament, and I don't know if they're going to hate me for saying this, but our joke was always like, all right, we're here. Who's getting second? That was kind of how we felt. And I mean, we backed it up a lot of times, and it was just a special feeling to be able to share that with teammates who aren't just teammates. They're friends. They're super close friends. They're family. And there's nothing better than that, to come out of college and know that we can talk at any time, and we still pick up where we left off at. So Wichita was definitely the best choice for me to transfer out and go to for my own career, and just pick up a lot of knowledge from both Coach L and Coach V and the team, guys and girls. And I don't know, it was a great choice for me to go there, and I'm so happy that I did, because I would do it in a heartbeat all over again if I had to.
There we go, folks. Alicia Current joining us, Delaware State head coach and PWBA Tour champion. And Alicia, I'm sure it was pretty exciting to see the tour come back this past weekend here in Arlington with the Kickoff Classic Series. We missed seeing you out there, but were out there coaching. So, but you had the distinction of winning the first event once the tour relaunched in 2015, and it was kind of almost that same feel being back on the lanes for this event after the 2020 season was canceled. So, kind of looking at it like that, what was, as big of a moment as that was, not only just, I'm sure for you, but the sport of bowling in general and women's bowling and, being back where it should be and having a tour, that was such a big moment. Did it kind of feel like that watching the stuff kind of transpire this week at the ITRC?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could have been down there so much, first off. But my commitment is to my girls. They even asked me in November, are you going to go down? Are you going to bowl? Like, you should go bowl. And I'm like, no, like, if we have a season, I'm in. Like, we're doing this. Like, we're not going to waste weekends, just so that I can go out and bowl. Like, that's not what it is. So every year, my personal bowling does take a back seat for the ladies on the team. But watching it this past week and a half, that was a long week and a half, by the way. So I can only imagine what it felt like for them in quarantine. But watching it was exciting. And it gets the fire lit again for everybody. And, something for those young ladies who are in college and have the dreams and aspirations to go out full time. It was just fun to see, especially with Jillian Martin coming up through that younger generation. I don't know. I feel old when I look at them. And I'm like, oh my gosh, but they're going to make us work that much harder and make the tour that much better. So it's exciting. And I think we all should be cheering for that because that means we're doing something right. And I hope that we can continue that and see more of those younger generations come up through and getting their feet wet and putting the pressure on us to make those shots. And whatever comes out of it, we just got to be happy about that because we're back. And I think the PWBA did an awesome job. This series is it a series? Is that what they're calling it? A series?
Series, yep.
Yeah. So the series of events and everything like that, I mean, they did an awesome job at setting it up as well as they possibly could. I know, like, what we do here at the university is, with quarantine and things like that, is we have a whole separate dorm where if anybody does come in contact with anybody or a positive, they get sent into a quarantine dorm, and they get food delivered to them, the 3 meals a day, and the temperature checks, and then they got to go and do the testing once they're able to. And so it was good to see them taking the precautions to make sure that everybody is safe. And hopefully everybody can return back to normal now that they're all home and everything goes fine. But it was good to see and good to hear about all of that too. Nothing but, I think, positive comments and experiences this past week from what I hear. So thank you, BA.
Yeah, it was definitely fun to be a part of, even though I wasn't a part of it. Technically, I was up here in my little studio, just a minute or two walk away from everybody, but not allowed to be part of the ITRC or kind of experience that. But that was once again all part of the safety, the protocols and procedures in place to ensure athlete safety, which is paramount in the whole situation. So that's what we're striving for. Oh, go ahead.
Hopefully it clears up here where we could spread our wings a little bit more, or relax about some certain things. But everything's out of our control, and I tell the girls all the time, we just have to adapt. If something changes from day to day, yes, adapt is the word of the past year and a half now. So we're excited. I'll just say it again. We're just excited to be back, and we're just grateful that we can. So we're just going to take it week by week and do whatever we can.
There we go. Adapting on the lanes, adapting in life. I like that.
Yeah.
That works together nicely.
It does. It comes all together, and I don't know. We we're doing a lot here at Del State. We're 75% back of students, just students altogether. So we've been doing something right, knock on wood, and we're able to continue it. And just recently, our university president and our amazing athletic director, Dr. Gines, him and our university president, Dr. Allen, who was also part of the inauguration, they both have been named the top influential people in Delaware. So that was pretty cool to see that, we have great leadership at the school too. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just going to rep the school now. But we're on the right path to something here. So hopefully we can get everybody going on the right path too. So that way we can all get back to some sort of normalcy here.
Excellent. That's excellent news to hear.
Yeah.
Looking back at the kickoff classic, I have to mention one of your best friends, Lindsay Boomershine, had an unbelievable performance overall. And I was just so impressed with her throughout the course of the week. I'm sure that was fun for you, watching her just continue to put herself in position to make stepladder finals and to win. And I'm sure it was tough to see her come so close there against Julia. It was a great match. She made a late run there, but just how proud of her performance were you, kind of seeing her just make her way, be so consistent, and make a lot of big shots along the way too.
Oh, I was so proud of her. I knew going in, I could just tell because I would call her and text her and we'd be talking, but I knew something. I just mentally, I could tell how different she was for this. And I was like, she's going to have a good week. I just kept telling I know she's going to have a good week. Something's going to come of this. And I was so proud of her. I was so nervous during that match. I think I was more nervous for her than I was when I was bowling for my title. So I can only imagine what she felt like in person when mine was happening. But I wish I could have been there to see that in person and just been there for her like she was for me. But she knows exactly that I was there. I was watching the whole time. I was watching the scores, everything, texting her when she was done and just trying to make sure if she was down at all, and make her laugh a little bit or, anything. But I'm so proud of her. And it's right there. I know she's going to have some sort of breakout season here, and she puts in work like nobody else. And she's one of the smartest players out there. She knows her stuff. She knows the equipment. She knows what she needs to do mentally. She is prepared, and she just wants to bowl. And it's I don't know. I already know she's just going to do something big this year. And in my opinion, I might be biased. I posted about it, but she had the most brilliant week out of everybody there. She was in the top 10 consistently, and she was chasing it every day. And, she came up short a little bit, but she did what she wanted to do. We joked because she got over 200 and didn't miss a spare. Didn't miss a spare, like she said, because that's always the thing. So she did what she wanted to do, and she made the best out of it as she possibly could. So very proud of her, and she knows that too. And she's going to be the person to watch out for this year for sure. She's ready. It's there. It's right at her fingertips, and I know she's going to get it here.
Yeah, I was saying something similar. I kind of felt she was the MVP of the Classic Series. That's potentially tough to give to someone who, she didn't win one of the events, but when you look at the most valuable over the course of the whole thing, I don't think anyone outperformed her overall throughout the course of the week. So I would agree with you 100% that she was, despite not getting the hardware with it, for whatever it's worth, I would say if we had an MVP for that, Lindsay Boomershine would have got it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. If you can't see that, then you need to go back and check the scores for anybody who's trying to say any different. Don't get me wrong. Jillian did a great performance, but Lindsay was there. She was there, and I was just so proud of her. Just so proud of her.
Absolutely. And Alicia, I know we talked about just having you on for a 30-minute window, and we're kind of closing up on that right now. As far as this season, kind of looking at the Hornets and the players, you mentioned 7 players this season. Just tell us a little about the Hornets. What players should we be looking out for? Who's going to have a big year for you?
Let's see. Off the bat, I'll start freshman just because I know I don't know. I just start with the freshmen. Crazy bunch that I have right there. 2 freshmen to really look out for would be Alyssa Bridegam from Pennsylvania. I actually was able to coach her, her and her sister for a couple years between my 2 stints of coaching. So I have a really good relationship with her and a lot of trust and great communication already. So, I mean, she was the one out there this past weekend who stepped up and got the job done and had a really good breakthrough week. Definitely one to watch out for. And then Sarah Lynn Nasberg. Not sure if anybody knows her father, Jordan Nasberg, who's the Arizona State University coach and had a lot of success with Jacob Butterf. So she throws it really, really good. And we're working mentally right now because her physical game is tremendously. I wish I could throw it like she does. And she throws it hard and still gets on it. So she's definitely one to watch out for too. So we're excited to have them. Let's see. Probably in my juniors, both my juniors are right there. Katie Robb from Jersey and Stephanie Tuala from Arizona. Stephanie is former Rookie of the Year for the MEAC conference. So I know she's making all tournament teams every year. And I think it's her time to get out there and get her name out there in our conference, knowing that she's definitely a competitor to have a chance at Player of the Year and to really carry this team to a championship, as well as Katie too. Steph, great student too, 4.0. So I mean,
Very
as
nice.
a junior chemistry major, that's hard. That is hard to do, and she's putting in the work on the lanes and off the lanes, and just a positive role model for us as one of our captains too. So it's fun to watch her compete and learn. Katie Robb from Jersey, she's working on her game, really learning about her arsenal a little bit more so, and just stepping in as that leadership role too, and being there for the team and every different possible way that you could possibly think of. They call Steph and Katie mom and dad. So that shows you something, that they're great leaders. So I would say those 4 for sure. And that's no knock to any of my other girls that I have, but that's what I see right now. And their teammates who I didn't mention, Melissa, Emily, and Eliana, those 3, they are amazing teammates as well too, and they are there and ready to go at all times too, no matter what happens. And they're there ready to crack a joke, ready to lead the way into something else, or to just get the minds reset and back into a positive state of mind and going from there. So I have a great group of girls. I would say all of them to watch out for, but those 4 for sure, I think, keep those names in mind. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Well, Alicia, we appreciate the time. We appreciate the breakdown there at the Hornets, and we can't wait to see them compete this year as well. So just a big thank you for joining us here. And, you mentioned an event coming up this week. Anything on the horizon for you bowling wise?
Practice. I don't know.
All right.
Practice. That's where I got to start at. Practice. We'll do that. Right. Yeah.
You guys both practice, so
you gotta do something. But so we'll start with that, and then once I'm able to, I'll be back out on the tour to as many stops as I possibly can, and hopefully have some sort of season. That would be great.
Perfect. All right, Alicia, we will let you go, but thank you again for joining us here on Bull TV at the Prairie View A&M Invitational.
Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it.
All right, take care.
Have a safe day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. All right, folks, we are cruising along here in Baker set number 2. We're going to switch over cameras here in just a moment because our next guest is a proud representative of the University of Nebraska, a national champion with the Cornhuskers in 2015. And, oh, yeah, she recently had a birthday and won her first national PWBA Tour title. Let's welcome her in right now, Julia Bond, back to Bull TV. Hello, Julia.
Hi, Aaron. Long time no see.
It has been so very long. You're a year older now since the last time I've seen you.
I know. It's been forever.
Well, happy birthday. Hopefully it was super exciting traveling home and getting to experience the spoils of being a PWBA champion with your family.
Oh, for sure. That's what I was looking forward to the most, was seeing my parents again and being able to celebrate with them. And we rewatched the stream together. So we were kind of like experiencing it all over again, put together. So it was really nice. It was a good day.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and get the Cornhuskers up on the screen here, so we can keep an eye on them. They're on 47 and 48. So just one quick second to get them posted up here. All right, there we go. All right, Cornhuskers currently on lane 47 to the left, Youngstown State on the right, and Julia, we've obviously the PWBA coming back was definitely a big highlight so far to kick off 2021, but the collegiate season is back as well. We've had some events already, a couple of weeks. This is our first Bull TV event, but I know this is an event you're very familiar with. Obviously, a little bit different setting being at USA Bowl, but what were your favorite parts about always competing in the Prairie View A&M Invitational? We always seem to have great fields, and your team always seemed to win too, so that probably helped a little bit. But what were some of your favorite moments from this particular event?
Well, I mean, you pretty much nailed it. The field was always pretty stacked. And so that's always good when you have events that have pretty good competition. I feel like you're always putting your best foot forward, when you're up against a really good field. And also just being at the ITRC. I know that, we were just there, but I always liked being there. I just think it's a very great facility. The staff is fabulous. The lanes are pretty tough. If anyone was watching, our PWA event, the lanes can get pretty tricky. And so it forces you to have to make good shots. And that's what I really liked about that tournament was I think at the end of the weekend, the team that was making the best shots, I think, is the one that comes on top. And so I really enjoyed that part of it.
And certainly a few of those teams along the way had some names very familiar with the PWBA Tour now. Yourself, Gigi Mason, Liz Culkin as well. And, obviously you've gotten to keep the connection with them going through the PWBA Tour, but tell us a little bit more to be teammates with them. I know Gigi and Liz have a certain fire, a certain energy to them out on the lanes. So it had to be fun going back and forth, especially when you guys were striking a bunch to kind of just feed off each other's energy in those moments.
Right, exactly. And it's something that I like to talk about when people ask me about how my freshman year went. I think to have Liz Culkin as an anchor was probably one of the best experiences I could have had because, from my sophomore year to my senior year, I was the anchor of the team. And I feel like having someone like Liz to look up to and to really see how she handled herself, I think was, definitely in my favor that I got to see someone as clutch as her, just kind of do her thing. And same thing with Gigi. Gigi's such a great teammate, and she is such just a fun personality that she just makes bowling fun. And she's super competitive. And same thing with Liz. We're all very competitive, so I feel like we always pushed ourselves to be better against each other. And so and that's something that I love talking about was what made Nebraska really fun for me, and some of the best years of my life was definitely my teammates. When you have a good group of girls like that together competing, there's nothing like it.
And certainly the chemistry showed that freshman year, winning the national title. That just had to be, we talked a little bit with Alicia about her win with Wichita State, but I mean, that's just got to be such a great moment, holding that trophy, that massive trophy that it is. But you know, seeing the work of an entire season come down to being able to celebrate in that moment. Tell us just a little bit about what it was like to have a full year's worth of work and what all these players right now who are out on the lanes are essentially trying to achieve. To have that moment, to have that just ability to take it all in and know that you're the best team in the country. You did everything you could do to do that, and you accomplished it.
Right. So to even get to nationals is just an accomplishment in itself. There's only a certain amount of teams that get to go. So when you get to that stage, that itself is just an absolute honor to be able to just compete with, teams that are, in the same boat. And what's really cool about it is that you go in like ranked, there's the list and all that, but once you get there, everything starts over. So regardless if you came in eighth or if you came in at first, the playing field basically gets leveled. So it's really anyone's game at that point. And so to start off like that, and again, like what you said, to go through that week and be the team that holds the trophy at the end, I mean, there's honestly nothing like that. And so to be able to start off my collegiate career that way, it's kind of been one of those highs that I've been like chasing since. And I don't think I'm ever going to experience something like that, but it was just so special. It's just and collegiate bowling itself, has a really special place in my heart because there's just really no other experience like it, to be out here and watching these girls on the lane. It's really kind of like nostalgic, and it kind of makes me sad that it's only 4 years. You kind of sometimes you wish it would like go on forever, but I implore everyone, who is, currently bowling in college or they're thinking about bowling in college to really enjoy that process and staying present with it because it's going to go back, it's going to go by like so fast. And so it's very, very special. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, that's been something we've been able to see up close and personal. The collegiate atmosphere is certainly something to experience in person if you've never been able to do it before. We can obviously see certain angles from the live stream cameras and for the folks who watch continuously throughout the year, but it's a whole different nature to be in there in a tournament, people going crazy, and so many of the teams have, the parents are so supportive as well, following at every event, getting just as crazy, cheering just as loud as the teams do. And it's really an environment. It's almost a party kind of going on in a bowling center, just with the intensity and everything going on, the parents going crazy, having a good time. It's really something to experience if you've never done it before.
Right. And I really like what you said. Like, I almost wish that there were other different camera angles that are showing what's going on behind the girls because, there's even so much going on, like right past the ball return within the teams. Like everyone has their little like nuances and stuff. And you have parents on step ladders, sometimes it's packed and it's cheering and it's just, it's crazy. If you haven't been to a collegiate tournament, I know COVID makes it really difficult right now, but hopefully sometime, in the future, if you ever have a chance to go to a collegiate tournament, if you're that person that's considering bowling in college, I think you would absolutely love to go and see what it's like. And it's awesome. It's just, again, it just gives me goosebumps because it was just so fun and it's just so different.
Yeah, it's definitely the really the true culmination of team bowling, which is a little bit tougher to find once you move on from that, getting looking at the professional ranks, or typically league maybe not doesn't have the same type of passion, same type of fire. So when there's opportunities to bowl, Baker events, I think that's one thing that a lot of folks probably depending on if their area had high school bowling, or maybe they didn't go to college and have the opportunity to bowl, is that Baker bowling is such a unique thing to be a part of that I wish was out there more often and more opportunities. You don't see many Baker leagues or anything like that. Occasionally some tournaments here and there, but I think the Baker aspect is what makes it so cool, and knowing that everyone has a part of that game to make it something cool, make it something special. And obviously that's why the postseason is so heavily based on that, is trying to make all those parts come together to work to make the best possible team effort.
Right, exactly. Like Baker was one of my favorite parts of collegiate bowling because, like what you said, it's really is a culmination of teamwork. And everyone kind of has their jobs. You only have 2 frames, and you want to make those 2 frames the best frames possible. And the other really fun thing about Baker is that, fortunately, it can go really well, really fast. You can get off to a hot start or really get a streak going, and you're building off your teammates. Or unfortunately, on the other hand, it can go downhill really, really fast. And so it kind of really shows what teams are mentally strong and can push through those little ups and downs. Because again, and that's the other thing, anything can happen in Baker.
Hmm.
You can have, and that's why I loved it is that maybe you have 2 teams going against each other and one is maybe ranked higher than the other. But what's nice about Baker is that almost kind of makes it not matter anymore. Like that team that might not be ranked as high can totally steamroll another team just because of the nature of the Baker format. And so I just think it was so cool. And again, I agree with you. I really wish that more people were able to experience something like that because when you're with your group of 5 and you really get off to a good start, like that is just such a sense of teamwork that, I don't think a lot of people have really experienced before. And I'm, kind of sad that they don't. So if you ever, and I'm starting to see a couple more tournaments that are like Team Baker. And so if you ever see that in your area, like I definitely suggest trying it. Like again, you might like it, you might hate it, but it's definitely probably something you've never done before. And I would recommend at least doing it once, just because it's so different and it's so cool.
I would agree, but I feel the Julia Bond PWBA National Tour Titleist recommendation has more weight than mine does. So I will go with Julia on this one. She is 100% right. Definitely an awesome experience. Now, Julia, looking at the course of this week, I feel this is a pretty typical week, kind of looking at a collegiate event. Most teams get to the venue, to the city on Thursday. You have the Baker matchups on Friday, traditional on Saturday, bracket on Sunday. Just kind of talk us through like what a normal week is like for these student athletes as far as, kind of that. And obviously, managing your studies throughout the course of it. What's kind of the bowling to, the bowling to academic balance going on for most of these competitors right now?
I mean, it's definitely difficult and it takes a lot of planning to make sure. And, it might take a little while to adjust, balancing your studies with your athletics. And so, but again, like I can't talk highly enough about the athletic department at Nebraska and how they helped us. Like and other schools are that way too, is that they really care about, again, about your studies. That's why you're there. You're there bowling, but ultimately, you know, finishing school and getting that degree is, the ultimate goal. And so they really help us plan out our classes. And that's kind of like something that we did is, in the fall, you kind of had your heavier load because you had a couple events, in the winter, fall, winter time, and then spring when, you had more tournaments and more nationals. That's kind of when you had your lighter courses. And so that kind of helps with the balance is planning your schedule accordingly. And it's not always perfect because sometimes there's classes that are only offered in certain parts of the year. So there's a little bit that's out of your control, but for the most part, having a schedule that promotes, that balance. And then also, again, traveling is difficult. We flew on planes quite often, and so there's, if you're someone who's traveled, frequently, that there's all these different checkpoints going through security, going to your gate, and then you're up really early in the morning. So there's times where I was just like, well, I do have an hour and a half to like read, but I didn't want to read just because you're so tired. And so, but that's stuff that you kind of, and they're adults. That's stuff that you have to, be in charge of, and so, but that time management is definitely important. And then after tournaments, maybe have maybe like 45 minutes to go over some flashcards or go over a study guide. That as much as you want to go to bed, there's little sacrifices that you have to make in order to make sure that you're on top of your stuff. So it definitely takes a little bit of practice. It might feel really overwhelming at first, but again, and that's what's nice about having, upperclassmen on your team. They can really help you out with that. And, same thing with your coaches. They're all there to make sure that you succeed. And so there's definitely ways to get it done. But again, don't be afraid, if there's any other, kids in college that are watching, don't be afraid to reach out for help. If you're struggling, in some part of your academics, your athletic department and your coaches are more than happy to help you, get back on track. So don't be afraid to ask for help. And so that's pretty much all I got on that end. It definitely takes some practice, but it's definitely doable.
Excellent stuff there. And Jason Thomas.
Hello.
Yeah, I have 5 seconds here to talk to you guys. I just wanted to say, what's up, champ?
Hi.
Did
Again,
you
long
find
time no see.
Yeah, did you find a place for that trophy yet?
I got it shipped, so I actually don't have it.
Okay.
Yet. So I'm waiting on it. So that's the part that doesn't feel real. Like if I actually had it and I could like see it, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I did that. But since I don't have it,
heavy.
Like yes. It's a nice one. I'm very, very grateful.
Did we make a good decision by putting you in the intro at the start of the show?
I think so. I'm honored. I'm absolutely honored. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for making us look good. Well, this event is moving so fast. I thought the magic number involved a lot of math and moving around. I'm just got scores. I got a piece of paper. I'm running around moving cameras around. It's something.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to college bowling, JT.
Yeah. I mean, I've done some college events before, but man, this is I'm gonna sleep well tonight.
Nice.
Anyway, I just wanted to say hi.
Oh, thank you. Hello.
Yeah, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Yes, and enjoy talking about this event while I wear out the bottom of my shoes.
Well, we definitely appreciate your work. You're doing a fabulous job.
Thanks. I'm trying, although you wouldn't know that by looking at the chat. It's a very what have you done for me lately world. It's like, hey, I know you did a really great PWBA, but this college thing, you need to step up your game, buddy.
Oh man.
I'm trying.
We love you, JT. We love you.
Yep. Thank you guys. See you later.
Right, bye-bye. So funny.
All right, Jason Thomas stopping in for a second. We're joined here for a little bit longer by Julia Bond, PWBA Tour National Champion, Regional Champion, Junior Team USA and Team USA standout, and of course, a collegiate standout for the University of Nebraska. Obviously, the Cornhuskers have gone over some transition the past year or two with the retirement of Bill Straub. Paul Klempa, his longtime assistant, taking over, now Shan Pluhowski serving as the assistant. So for the folks who Bill's kind of been the main guy for so long. It's kind of the face of the Nebraska bowling program on the coaching side. For the folks who don't know Paul as well, what can you tell us about him and just kind of his coaching style technique?
Yeah, so what I really liked, again, at my time at Nebraska when Bill Straub was the head coach, is that I thought Bill and Paul really balanced each other out. They had the same beliefs as far as, bowling goes, as far as like what it takes to be good and practicing and being disciplined. And again, if you haven't met Bill Straub before, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, he's a different bird of sorts. Bill Straub very much is that person that marches to the beat of his own drum. And so, absolutely had a great time, with Bill. And then Paul's a little bit more laid back. We would joke around, he's he's a very stereotypical dad type coach, if that makes sense. He's super encouraging, super laid back, makes really bad jokes and stuff like that. So they really balanced each other out as far as that goes. So when, it was sad to see Bill Straub retire, but he's done so much for Nebraska. And so for him to finally retire, he absolutely deserves it. And he was basically the face of the program for about, 30 something years. And so, but, Paul has been by his side for a long time. Paul bowled, for the University of Nebraska when the men's had a team. And so, he very much, lived and breathed that program too. And so to see Paul as the head coach now, it's different. I'll be honest with you. It's very different because you're so used to seeing Bill, but, absolutely proud and happy to see Paul as the head coach. And even, I'm really jealous that they have Shannon Pulowski as an assistant coach. I was just like, dang, I leave, I'm gone for 2 years, and then we get Shannon. I was so jealous. So, but again, I think they make a very good duo, and so I was very happy to see them work together. And I hope the girls live it up, because again, I would have killed to have Shannon Pulaski as my assistant coach. So I hope those girls are living it up.
That is a pretty cool deal. And Shannon, obviously, one of the standout players in the history of the Cornhuskers. And it's kind of crazy to look when I sent out that email today to kind of invite folks to come join us. There were so many players on tour who have Nebraska ties, and I think that's so crazy. Looking at just thinking of the legacy that's there. That's essentially for when you joined the team in 2015, for these players now when they join the team, is that the Shannon Pluhowskis, the Deandra Aspades, the Valerie Berciers, the Julia Bonds, the Liz Culkins, the Gigi Masons, the Amanda Vermilias. All those players are still a part of the PWBA tour and have essentially found some type of success, have brought a national title to Nebraska, which is, I'm sure for you when you elected to make the decision to go there, that you were aware of the history, knew what those players had done before. And I'm sure for those players who are on the team now, they're kind of looking at it the same way, knowing that, look at all these folks who have had so much success, not only at Nebraska, but beyond that this is going to be a big step for me. Not only, obviously Nebraska is a great school, but an opportunity for me to do bigger and better things with my bowling game too, if I choose to go that path.
Yeah, 100%. Like when I was deciding on where to go, and to be straightforward, it was really between Nebraska and Vanderbilt. And when I went on my visit to Nebraska, I mean, I knew that all those people went there, but to be at the facility and see all their photos on the wall and to hear it from Bill and Paul, like it was so different. And that was one of the reasons why I decided to go there, just thinking about, man, I want to be a part of that legacy. Like I want to go here and I want to add my part to it. And so, and then, I guess in my opinion, I hope that I did, do that. And so, and to just think about the people that came before me and the people that are going to come after me, it's just cool. And that's kind of the saying with Nebraska. I mean, there's no place like Nebraska. And I really believe that wholeheartedly. It's just so great. It's just so cool.
I am a big fan. I wasn't sure what I was getting myself into when I had to fly into Omaha and drive like an hour to get there. But yeah. I was thoroughly impressed. We've had a handful of events that we've covered between PWBA, the World Youth Championships in 2016, which you were a part of as well. And it is such a cool little community, town, city, whatever the proper term is. But it's such a great place. And, looking specifically at Sun Valley Lanes, John Lucido and his crew, just so phenomenal. But I've always enjoyed just being in that town. It's a place where you go, or even if you've never been there before, it makes you feel like home, which I feel there's only so many places in the United States and the world that actually does that. But that felt like home when I was there, which is weird because I had never been there before. But that was when you mentioned the wall. That was something that Emil and I got to take a look at last season during the Lincoln Stop. We did a podcast piece with Liz Culkin, who took us back to the campus. We got to talk to Bill. We got a tour, and that was just something else. Seeing all that, and it was. You feel the history, and then you see it kind of out there like that, and it's a whole different story. And it was just one of the coolest places I've ever been. It was so hard to find, but it was it was such an incredibly cool little spot that the team gets to use to get ready for the season.
Right, and that again, it's a big selling point for recruits, in general, to have your own space. And I mean, like when I was done with school and I graduated, they were talking about renovating the East Campus, which is the name of the facility, East Campus. And so it looks totally different than the last time I was there. And so everything's all new, and I think some walls have been torn down. And so I'm excited to go back, later this year and see everything. But yeah, we were definitely fortunate to have our own space like that. And again, I love what you were just saying about the city in general. Like it really does have that, little big city feel to it. Like Lincoln's the capital, of Nebraska. And, there's definitely parts of it that are like, yeah, this is definitely the capital. This is definitely the city. But you don't have to go very far to kind of get into that nice home community that you were talking about. And that's why I absolutely love it. Like, the people there are some of the nicest people you're ever going to meet. And that was another big reason why I decided to go to Nebraska. Initially was like, all right, where can I go? Where can I go to win a national championship? Was the first thought. I want to go somewhere and I want to win. And then when I went on my visits and being at the stadium again, if you have an opportunity to be in Nebraska and like take a tour of the Husker Stadium, it'll blow your mind. Like, it is so cool inside. And so to be around that every day, and to the athletic department and the people, just the people who live there, are so nice, and it really did felt like home. I call Nebraska my second home. Like, when I graduated, I thought about staying. I even asked my parents. I was like, "Hey, how do you feel about like potentially buying a house, in Lincoln?" Just because I essentially built a life there for 5 years, and so it was honestly really tough to leave, just because it really did become home. And it's very special. It's a very special place. And again, I love that you mentioned Sun Valley Lanes, because that, again, John Lucido, I can't praise him enough, him and his staff. And I was, after my 4 years of eligibility were done, I still had my 5th year to go through school. And, I was done with the team. Like, I was like, I want to hang out with you girls, but this is your team now. I don't want to be like, I don't want to like impose, but I still wanted to feel like I was part of, the bowling community still. Well, I was there, so I actually got a part-time job at Sun Valley Lanes. And so, to have our home tournament there for years, and then to finally be an employee and see really what goes into, making that place run and everything that John does. Again, John loves bowling. He wants to make sure that everything runs smoothly and that everyone's having a great time. And he's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet. And I'm biased, but I think John's one of the best proprietors, out there, and that's just, that's my personal opinion, and I will say it all day long. John Lucido is definitely one of the best people out there, 100%.
I can't argue with that. John Lucido is a phenomenal individual, runs a phenomenal business over there at Sun Valley Lanes. And yeah, it's always one of the favorite stops of the PWBA tour. And yeah, anytime we get to go there, really, John doesn't have to twist our arm too much to get us to go over there. So, but Julia, as we kind of wrap up our time here, it's been a couple days now since your victory at the Hall of Fame Classic. We talked about the trophy not quite being there yet, but hopefully soon. But just for kind of processing, we talked to you right after the fact, and now it's a few days later. But just kind of how have you processed that event now that it's a few days removed? You had the opportunity to go back home. You're back home now. You got to travel. You got to get out of the hotel and the ITRC, finally kind of back to some normalcy. But just now that you've had an opportunity to reflect on it for a couple of days, just how big were those shots down the stretch? Throwing those strikes when you needed it the most, just making the moves throughout the step ladder, just kind of reevaluating your performance at that amazing event.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm like thinking back on it, like I am just so dang proud of myself. Like, and kind of like a side note, talking about those 2 shots in the 10th, against Lindsay Boomershine, also in Nebraska alum. We talked about having to give her a shout out. Like, Paul Klempa texted me that night, saying congrats, so happy to see you win. And then I texted back, and I mean this, and I mean this so honestly. I was like, I wouldn't have been able to do it without my collegiate experience. To be an anchor for Nebraska, there was plenty of opportunities where I needed the first one or maybe a double. And so I just, it was just perfect. I was so glad that he texted me so I could tell him that, I wouldn't have been able to make those clutch shots without the experience that you helped me with. Thank you for recruiting me. Thank you for finding me, and being able to, put me in those positions. And so, yeah, no, looking back on that event, and it was just so crazy, to be in a bubble and not having to do that before. And so to go through all that, and, what the ITRC did for us and what the PWBAs did for us, to have all that come together and come out on top at the end, it was just so crazy. I'm still a little, again, I'm still giddy about it, just because this is my first title, and I just, I think I still have trouble kind of finding the words for it, even though it's been a couple days, but just the amount of work that I put in the off season, and to really have, things kind of go in my favor. I think I threw it well. I thought I had a solid week. And so it's for it to come down to needing those shots. I don't think I would have wanted it any other way. Like, to think back on my first event and having to need those shots, I'm happy that that's the way that it had to go down. I'm very proud of myself for it.
As you should be, and just a phenomenal performance to watch, and something that event in general, the whole Kickoff Classic, something we'll be talking about for so many years, and you won the final event of it. That was arguably the toughest to win. 3 patterns, the match play portion of it, and running the way through the step ladder. So definitely many things to be proud of there, Julia. It was so fun to watch, and it was so fun to talk to you and talk a little college bowling here. We always seem to get back to the professional aspect of it, but college bowling is what we're celebrating today, and it was great to kind of live through some of those moments with you as well.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Like I said, I love talking about collegiate bowling. It really does have a special place in my heart. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for letting me, kind of reminisce a little bit here. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, Julia. Well, we'll let you go, but thank you again for joining us here on Bowl TV at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And what's next for you bowling wise?
Bowling wise, I actually have a doubles event coming up with my good friend Ryan Zagar, who I've been on Junior Team USA with, and so we're gonna do a Valentine's Day double. So looking forward to that. So something a little bit more casual, because having the mental gear at 11 for the past week, we need to slow it down a little bit. So I'm very much looking forward to bowling with a really good friend.
Well, there you go. And according to Facebook, he shoots 800 every week. So I think you're in good shape for some big scores. So
and he's gonna have to carry me. So we'll see.
All right, Julia. Well, thank you again for joining us here, and we'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
All right. You too. All right, folks. There we have Julia Bond, the newest champion on the PWBA Tour and former standout for the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers, national champion, All-American. So that was awesome to catch up. And right now it looks like we got a little break before our next guest. So I believe we are in the final game here in this matchup between Youngstown State and Nebraska over on 47-48. Once again, you can go through the channels to watch your favorite teams, not necessarily have to listen to me yammer on throughout the course of the day. But if you're enjoying what you're hearing, we got a few more guests lined up throughout the course of the block. So we definitely look forward to bringing those folks in. We'll as we get closer, we'll let you know more. But for right now, we're going to focus on the bowling and the final game here as we wrap up match number 2. And you can see the scores courtesy of JT McHenry putting up I guess that's I guess that one's through 5.
Yeah, there's
through 5. All right.
Every match except one is through game 5. So yeah, the one we're watching right now is through 4.
All right, perfect. That explains that, because otherwise that was a massive set.
Yeah. No, I figured this match is way behind the other, so figured you guys would want the scores now.
Perfect. So we got
this chat, man, they're out for blood today. They want it right now, baby. They want everything right now, and that's what I'm trying to give them.
That's why you're the man, JT. That's why you're the man.
But man, this thing moves fast. It's insane how fast it moves.
If you blink an eye in Baker, it's gone.
Yeah. It's just so fast. Like I was laughing because Julia had a very long answer to the question you asked her before I jumped in, and I'm like, if she keeps going any longer, I'm not going to get a chance to say hi to her because I got to go run and get more scores. And it really wasn't that long of an answer.
No. But yeah, it certainly moves. But that's part of the excitement of it as well, is that it's just rapid fire. It's go, and that's one of the fun things when teams get on hot stretches, is that that momentum is just so key, and especially in a matchup like this where you're still obviously looking to gain pinfall for the event, but the victories for the overall season and working toward those, throwing those big shots when you need it, like Julia was talking about, just not only are great for your team and help build the experience, but set you up for the next level. She made the parallels to all those 10th frames she had to show up for the Cornhuskers over the years as the anchor player, something she could use in those moments on the PWBA tour.
Absolutely. There's no doubt that experience came in handy. Especially, I think it might actually be harder to throw a double when you've got, 4, 5, 6, 7 people and all of your friends and family at home watching, relying on you to do it, than it is to just do it for yourself. Because, if you miss for yourself, you've only let one person down. So there's no doubt in my mind that she's a gamer and she knows how to throw it when she needs it. And that's what she needed to do on the PWBA tour. And she proved it, winning her first title and making us look good by putting her in the animation at the beginning of the show.
Absolutely. Yeah. That was from a 300, I believe, in Louisville last year. So, but yeah, that was a good call. Foreshadowing.
It was a little foreshadowing, wasn't it? We know what we're talking about. We know who to put in the intro. Yeah. We're not going to put someone in there that never makes the TV finals again.
Good stuff. There you go, folks. Well, JT, looks like we're coming up on the final frames here.
Yeah.
And Nebraska has this one all but wrapped up.
They do. And McKendree made a nice run that game. They were third from the bottom after the first match. And so that 1087 they shot here is going to jump them up the leaderboard quite a bit. But Prairie View off to a good start. As the namesake team of the event, the host, they are off to a solid start. They were leading after the first match with 966, and bowled another good score here in match 2 with a 982. But I'll get those standings updated as soon as this match ends, so you can see immediately after match 2 which teams are in the lead from top to bottom.
All right, perfect. We appreciate it, JT. And as we wrap up our final few frames here, let's see who we got coming up next on our featured pairs. For match 3 on 35 and 36, Stephen F. Austin taking on Youngstown State. 39-40, Prairie View A&M taking on Texas Southern. On 43 and 44, that once again, folks, we are sorry. That is the pair we do not have available. Nebraska and Louisiana Tech, so they will be the only teams not shown in match 3. On 47 and 48, McKendree against Arkansas State. And on 51 and 52, Tulane taking on Sam Houston State. So that's the lineup for the next game. Since you're watching here on Bowl TV, if you're on desktop and you want to follow a particular team, just go ahead. Underneath the video, you can select your channels and pick those lanes. Or if you're on mobile, top right-hand corner, 4-box window pane, there's your navigation. But for now, JT, I know you got some scores to get, so we'll let you go.
Yeah, and we're gonna keep tweaking the scoreboards. We're working on some color schemes that might show up a little better for camera. So we'll get it figured out. This is a fast moving animal here. I'm trying to keep up with the cheetah.
That's right. I've had 90 minutes worth of conversation already with 3 guests, and it has not felt like that by any stretch.
Yeah, so, no, it's just flying by.
so it's been good for that aspect. So we're rolling around. We got college bowling. We got multiple pairs covered. So a lot of good things here at the Prairie View.
Yeah, we talked a lot last week, Aaron, about the players being in event shape. I need to get in collegiate event live stream shape. That I thought that PWBA was pretty lofty event to cover, and had to be ready for it. But man, I'm gonna have to start working out or something to cover these collegiate events. It's a blast.
It certainly is a good time, and yes, it'll keep you on your toes for sure.
All right, that's it for match number 2. So I'll go ahead and get those scores going so you can see the updated standings right away, and enjoy match 3.
All right, thanks, JT. All right, folks, that is Crystal Elliott wrapping things up for Nebraska. New recruit for the team this year, and also a member of Junior Team USA. But as we wrap things up here, we're going to go full screen as we wait. Once again, with the way NCAA events work, there is essentially a moving period between matches. So everyone waits for the last team to finish up. Everyone moves at the same time. So we're going to take a couple of minutes to get ready for that. So everybody hang tight. Match 3 of 5 up next here on Bowl TV from the Prairie View A&M Invitational at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. Thanks for joining us here today on BowlTV.com.
I think if they play it 5 times, the Chiefs probably win 4 or 5, but that only means it's like maybe 20. It's probably not even that. They probably 4 times, they probably win 3 of them. Well, that's maybe 75%. I think Tampa's defense can break them down. I don't know.
Tampa stops the run better than the pass.
But they can get pressure. Just
Oh yeah. I mean,
not a
Sue
ton
is,
of people. So,
yeah.
to me, I don't know how anybody's going to be teams. You need a. But if anybody like offensively can do it, Brady can be able to.
He looked like he could have barely throw the football. Now he actually has some football. Like he was like saving.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Brady's best ball of the team that I would have.
Yeah. Same again.
Stay loose.
All right, everybody, we are into match number 3. Once again, looking across the house. And for those watching on BoltTV.com, you can watch 4 of the 5 pairs in play for match 3. Stephen F. Austin against Youngstown State on 35 and 36. Prairie View A&M taking on Texas Southern on 39 and 40. Nebraska taking on Louisiana Tech on 43 and 44. Unfortunately, that is the one pair we do not have covered at the moment. On 47 and 48, we have McHenry taking on Arkansas State. And on 51 and 52, we have Tulane and Sam Houston State. Folks, we're going to have another guest join us here on the broadcast, and I'm very excited to introduce this gentleman, a just longtime amazing coach at Nebraska. Was recently retired from the Cornhuskers, but was kind enough to join us here for a little bit. So looking forward to this conversation with the legendary Bill Straub. So Bill, we're going to bring you into the show here. How are you doing, sir?
Thanks. I'm doing fine, thanks. Can you move the camera over to 43 and 4 for a little while?
If I could, I would. Unfortunately, we had
Just kidding.
Trust me, if we could, I definitely have it over there for you. But
thank you.
It's great to see you. First and foremost, how's retirement treating you?
Well, a lot of stuff going on this time of the year with this virus out there. I feel sorry for so many folks that are suffering from this. Just like the abuse, taking it a little slow and taking it easy.
Absolutely.
Healthy so far.
Well, that's by far the most important. So glad to hear that.
Thanks.
As we had Julia Bond on a little bit before this.
Great.
Just talking about her time at Nebraska, and obviously she's one of the many players you've gotten to coach over the years. But in looking at kind of your start with the program, did you ever think Nebraska would turn into this absolute powerhouse that it has become over the years? What were your expectations once you kind of took over for the program?
Well, there had to be a couple of players on the team. We're talking 35 years ago that they thought they had a chance to be professionals. At some point, they asked me to give them some suggestions. I didn't know if I'm sick of them scat about coaching, but I could play a little bit. So I try to relate what I did to what they did, and let's go from there. I built it not knowing anything and just kind of learned on the run.
That's definitely a good way to do it. Pick it up as you go along and kind of fine tune and tweak from there. And obviously the team has found just so much success and so many amazing players along the way too. We were kind of rehashing just the players from Shannon Pluhowski all the way up to look at some of the newer teams. So Liz Culkins, the Raquel Orozco's of the world. I mean, there's just been so many great players who you've had the opportunity to coach. What was it like kind of seeing those players come into their own and just to the point where you knew they were going to be something special at the next level?
Well, just in general, to start with, I had a very blessed career, blessed with an awful lot of swell people, nice people to work for. When the NCAA picked up Nebraska bowling, it was just a godsend to so many players. Given a chance to get school paid for, regardless of your skill level within reason, helping out the cost of these days with something like that was a major plus in my mind. You mentioned Julia Bond. Give me a chance to say congratulations to her. That was certainly a performance in which she's there beating Lindsey Baker. That's a big deal. I feel very nice for her.
Yeah, that was so fun to watch. So many great shots down the stretch from Julia, and Lindsey bowled very well in that match too. And I'm sure that's something that makes you proud along the way, seeing those players, the Shannons and the Julias, the Diandras, the Liz's, Gigi's, all find success on the professional side. That's definitely got to be exciting to see them have a place to go now too, knowing that was gone for so long.
Absolutely. This opportunity is so huge for so many people. People you mentioned also were excellent students and great people. I mean, it was a joy to work with people of that quality.
And I think the student aspect of it, obviously very important. They're not just athletes; they're student athletes out there. And I'm going to imagine that was a conversation that you potentially had to have with quite a few student athletes throughout the year. Obviously, the bowling talent is part of it, but there's got to be a dedication and commitment to the academic side of it as well.
We had a bundle of academic All-Americans. It's certainly long-term. It's a bit, no matter how good a bowler you are, got to have something to fall back on. There's no 70-year-old bowlers out on tour these days. Fall back on something. They've all been certainly well taken care of by the school, making so many opportunities for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. That's a great place to be at the great time.
Absolutely. And looking back at another thing that Julia had mentioned, she talked about the facility there on campus, and Liz Culkin was kind enough to give us a little tour of that, and we got to catch up with you along the way, and that was just such a great venue to see the locker rooms on the side, to seeing the obviously the masking units with all the championships on it, the wall of all the teams, all the trophies, all the accomplishments, and that was just an amazing venue to visit and be a part of, and just kind of getting to go there every day, getting to experience that and see all the success. What was it like just getting to work in that environment day in and day out?
Part of it is politics. The way the NCAA operates, you can't take care of one team differently than the other team. So they're under the same umbrella, and part of that is also expenditures, not only gender expenditures, but sport expenditures. Them doing so the way they did made life a whole lot easier for both the new head coach in Nebraska, the old assistant, Paul Klemp, and myself, made going to work a blast.
Absolutely. And I know this particular event, although in a new location this year, the Prairie View A&M Invitational, an event that Nebraska had quite a bit of success at over the years. What were some of your favorite parts about traveling to the ITRC to compete in this event every year? Always seem to bring out a lot of the top tier teams to as well. I mean, for me, it was always a great way to prep for the postseason play and kind of look at the teams that were going to be the toughest year in and year out.
Well, the way it was run was spectacular. It was taken care of. It was almost like a mini nationals. It was always the best teams were there. That means you knew pretty early on what the competition was going to be like. It was a benefit to so many people. In a facility like that, it's like right now would probably work better with the one you're at currently, where fans are tough to see. Now, when you can't have fans, that makes it easier. The place was crowded, but what a facility. A great place to showcase what college bowling can be like.
It was, and I think that's such an important aspect of it as well when looking at just the feel of a collegiate event. I don't think there's anything really like it in the sport as far as just the energy that's in a building when a collegiate event is going on, and that's just I think that's a big selling point of it as well for folks who just enjoy the sport of bowling.
Right.
If they've never gotten to experience the collegiate side of it, they're missing out.
Right, and no matter where we go, especially you're talking about in a facility in Arlington, it's a situation where it's like there's a cheerleader for the parents. Each one of the teams has their parents together doing cheers they've been practicing. That's a kick too. The fact they're going "Go Big Red" could make your skin crawl a little. It's a neat thing to hear.
Yeah, that's certainly a big part of it as well. And you're not kidding about the ITRC and it getting a little tight in there with all the fans and getting a little loud with all the yelling from whichever college it may have been. But it was always great to see the parent support along the way as well.
And very respectful.
Mm-hmm.
There's no booing going on. This isn't a game of professionals. They're out there. All the kids are trying the best they can, and the parents are very supportive. And you cheer whatever's going on. And hearing your own schools cheer kind of loud really makes you feel good.
Absolutely. And taking a look at the scores right now, looks like Nebraska down 12 after game one to Louisiana Tech. But they got 4 more games to go, Coach. They're going to be all right.
I'm sure they are. It's a good team and well coached.
Absolutely. And I know Paul taking over the position for you. He was your longtime assistant. and I'm sure stepping away was a tough decision for you, but knowing that someone who had been so involved in the organization, like Paul had been, from being a competitor to ascending to the coaching staff, what was it about him that you first liked, not only as a player, but what you saw in him as a coach that made you want to bring him on in the first place, and B, let him to continue on the legacy of Nebraska bowling?
I'm going to quickly go to the end of it, because the last year I'd show up in the office at 9 o'clock in the morning, and there's retirement facilities that are advertised on my desk, or I can move to Phoenix anytime I want to, and just in a retirement place, they're going to love me. Well, and I found out they came first through Paul's desk, so that was a little tough getting through that particular situation. But no, Paul was a great guy to have. He was my first choice when they told me I could have an assistant coach, which was a nice paid position as well. He was so studious as a player. Not that Paul's not a good athlete, but he turned himself into being an excellent bowler by hard work. And if you can get that related to kids, especially the way Paul is so good at relating those kind of things, it made the transition now a whole lot easier for everybody involved.
Absolutely, and Paul bringing on Shannon Pluhowski, one of the all-time great Cornhuskers, arguably could be the greatest of all time. But it, and Julia was talking about just the excitement of what these kids have to feel to have Shannon helping out as well.
Absolutely.
Talk to us a little bit about her as a player. We get to see her on the PWBA tour and on Team USA, but talk to us a little bit about Shannon, the collegiate player, making the big shots down the stretch for the Cornhuskers.
I'll tell you a quick story about Shannon, meaning she chews on nails and spits out flames from them. She's a very tough individual with a great big heart. The very first time they had NCAA championship on television, the very first year, we're in a match against Central Missouri. And it's a little tough going toward the middle of the match. One of our top players was further up the line from Shannon, and she made a shot that she wouldn't brag about. Shannon got off the steps of her where she was waiting to play when it was her turn, went to the player sitting by the ball return, and talking to this girl's ear, and stepped away. When she stepped away, the player is running. She's got tears running down her cheeks. I didn't ask Shannon what he told her. He didn't make another bad shot the rest of the show, and we won, thankfully. Shannon is tough as can be, but like I say, got a great big heart. I'm sure the girls just love her being around.
Absolutely. Shannon, definitely one of our favorites on the PWBA tour as well. It's been, one of the players that we're not sure if we're going to see on the PWBA tour this year, but we certainly would like to see her join and see her compete is Raquel Orozco, who was a player who made her first team All-American team, I believe, as a sophomore, and was player of the year in her senior year. It was fun watching her progression throughout the course of her collegiate career. Tell us a little bit about Raquel and just her improvement during her time as a Cornhusker.
Well, when I'm going to go recruiting with her a little bit. When I was trying to recruit Rocky, she's from Tijuana. When I was on tour, you didn't go to Tijuana. There was too many things going on down there, but I went down to Tijuana to recruit her. I get to meet her family. It's a situation that was pretty unique. To me, it wasn't just how good a player she was. She's got that close-knit family that means so much to one another. I think she adopted Nebraska, whether we adopted her or she adopted us, but it ended up being just like family. It made working with her a whole lot more fun, a whole lot easier for success to come around. Thankfully, it did.
Absolutely. It was definitely fun to watch her compete throughout the course of her career, and as mentioned, win Player of the Year in her senior year. That was pretty awesome as well. You mentioned the family aspect, and I know that's a big part of it too. Is that essentially for these kids, once they're looking to make the move to college, that's for a lot of them their first time away from home, away from family, and as important as it is to the student athletes to feel at home in a sense moving to college, it's important for the parents too to feel good about that. Obviously that's tough for the parents just as it is for the athletes. Was the ability to meet the parents and talk to the parents a big part of when you were in the process of recruiting players?
All recruiting to me You got to convince the parents that you're a substitute father, as it were, a surrogate parent. You got to make the parents believe, and hopefully we convince them of that coming to Nebraska, they're going to be treated like they were one of our own biological kids, not just a player on the team. If you can get that done, you got to have parental support or there's too much trouble goes on. Thankfully, we were blessed, a lot of people who cared about the program and followed us around.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, Coach, as we progress here, match 3, we talked to Julia a little bit about a typical weekend for a collegiate athlete, kind of looking at travel day, maybe a little practice on Thursday, some Baker matches Friday, some traditional games Saturday, bracket Sunday, and then heading back to campus right after that. And she kind of talked a little bit about the player experience during that. What's the coach experience like during those couple days of an event, as far as just trying to kind of manage everything going on, making sure the players are not only ready for the event, but any academic things that they need to take care of as well throughout the course of that. What was it like managing a team throughout the course of an actual event weekend?
It was easy for us. The toughest part for me is the travel. It got to be a point I spent enough of years on the road, one form or another, doing traveling. That get to be tiresome. That's what I really miss the most, is the portion of the play. But as far as the travel is concerned, you can keep that for a while. The idea of the kids, you have to make sure that the grades stay where they are so need to be. You've got study halls while they're in that travel is going on. Fortunately, the kids were self-managing that way. We had a whole bundle of kids, so for so many years, not only worked their tails off becoming a better player, but the same thing, when the bowling's done for the day, they work their same tails off trying to become good students. That's something that just carries over forever. They end up being, that's the rest of their life, make it a whole lot easier if you didn't have that basis, in my opinion.
And I think that's a good point to make, and just kind of building the foundation for things they'll use in the future as well.
Absolutely.
All right, Bill, as we kind of get as we move along here,
I can't see the score. Who's winning? Is it Archie or McKendry? Can you tell that?
That's I'm actually waiting for an update from our good buddy Jason Thomas, who's on site
Gotcha.
at the. He's been scrolling the scores across the bottom once they get updated. So
okay.
So as soon as we get an update from Game 2, we'll let you know for sure.
I'm a fan.
Me too.
Both of the coaches are ex-Nebraskans too. So it's these two teams are watching just now. So I have a vested interest.
Absolutely, and let's talk a little bit about them. Obviously, looking at Brian, the success on the lanes, and which is translated to success at McKendry, and for Justin, I actually was not aware of Justin's background with Nebraska. So can you tell me a little bit more about that?
He's a Nebraska graduate.
All right.
Yeah. And Brian played on the best men's team we ever had. They won in 1996. He was the anchor player on an excellent team. Ended up being pros going from that. Anyhow, Justin is a real good student with a whole lot of bowling student with a whole lot of background in the sport in general. Came to it knowing more than most people did because of the family background owning a bowling center. It was nice to have them both around, and they're both excellent coaches. Know a whole lot.
Absolutely. Always like to talk to Justin and kind of get his perspective of what's going on, and obviously he's had some great players over the years, as you have. Jordan Richard, one of them in the past
Sure.
couple of years, who's become a force on the PWBA tour. But have always enjoyed talking to Justin and kind of getting his perspective on things from the lanes when they're competing.
He does not hold back opinions very often.
That's true.
Yeah, he's a smart guy, and he's able to tell you about it pretty easily.
All right, Coach, we do have some scores here. Let's see. We'll let it scroll through the next time to get the updates here through match number 3. So looks like we have Stephen F. Austin and Youngstown State, 386 to 351. Prairie View up 420 to Texas Southern's 377-71.
I'm reading ahead of you. I see the next one.
Yep, Nebraska down. McKendry up by 13 against Arkansas State. And then looks like those are overall scores following looking at seeding for match play. So still pretty close all around for the bracket. Everyone's kind of within distance there, but obviously the win's the important part throughout the course of the event, though.
Certainly, especially long term.
Mm-hmm.
Pays better for postseason chances, more W's.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was, I think that's kind of a unique aspect of the NCAA side that we don't necessarily see on the USBC collegiate side is the factor of wins. And, for some teams, obviously, kind of when you look at the trophies and the end of the week stuff, that's all through the bracket. But, throughout the course of the week, if you were able to find a way to go, 9-3, 10-2, but not come away with the victory, probably a little bittersweet, but knowing you collected a lot of wins, looking long-term was always a nice little bonus.
Yeah. The postseason is not determined by what you did winning events. It's what your overall wins and losses are. And the more W's, the better. I'm a pinfall guy. I always prefer to have pinfall determine what went on, but the way it is, as long as you keep some W's going and keeps the record going in good shape.
Absolutely. As we kind of take a look at the scores here as they continue to scroll across, I do want to ask you a little bit about we talked about your coaching style of essentially kind of learning along the way as far as how to communicate to players and preparing them for success at the next level. How would you define your coaching style, kind of looking back at it after all these years?
The main thing, I was strict on fundamentals. When we first got started, I asked the golf coach, I said, if Bobby Jones were alive today, would he play the game any differently than Tiger Woods does? Or is it simply the same game? And the coach said, why would he change? Meaning if you could play well with a golf stick in your hand in 1930 or 2020, it's still the same game. I tried to teach people how to play when we first started this in the 80s, the same way we teach them today. It's can you imagine, can you take care of body movement management and do so repeatedly with enough emotional control to do it when it counts? To me, that's the hook, line, and sinker whether or not you can win or not.
And we've
emotion management and good fundamentals.
And the good fundamentals is something that we see from those players throughout the course of their careers. I think one of the things that kind of defines some of the players who have spent time in the program is looking at the push away. It's I believe very defined, very out in front of the player, and obviously that has led to a ton of success throughout the program, throughout the years. What is it about that portion of the when you're talking about the fundamentals? Is that really the first thing that kind of sets everything into motion?
You mentioned one of them. It's the push away business. Like the girls I'm watching in front of us, they're not all my size. There's a lot of people who have strength issues. It makes it worse if they're getting nervous. The more you can make the ball do the work, seeming to me, it's easier. Every once in a while, Norm Duke still makes the PBA Tour TV show. To me, fundamentally, with what he does, nobody's better than Norm Duke. He makes the game pretty simple. And Norm, no offense to Norm, it's a little bitty guy. But he ends up making the game look simple when it's in his hands. He's so smart. He's a good athlete in general and lets the ball do more of the work. And I think that's a big plus for him. It's what we tried to teach whether it be the guys back in the 80s and 90s or all the girls the last 20 years. Try to teach them, can you make the ball do more of the work? Can you keep emotions in control? Make repeatable shots where emotion can help you with that rather than harm you.
There we go. That definitely helps explain it a little bit and getting the ball out there like that. That definitely and Norm, I think, is a great example to that, because that's something you don't necessarily so many things about Norm's game is so smooth and effortless, but that is a big part of it, kind of kicking everything off.
Norm can make the ball talk. He can throw it 16 different ways, and it all looks real simple. He's terrific.
Absolutely one of the best. All right, taking a look, we do have an update here for the overall records. We mentioned those are so important for the postseason standings. So right now, taking a look, it appears that, let's see, Prairie View A&M and Louisiana Tech the only teams that are 2-0 right now through the first early matches here. Taking a look at the teams that are 1-1: McHenry, Sam Houston, Nebraska, Tulane, Stephen F. Austin, and Texas Southern, and then Youngstown State and Arkansas State still looking for that first win here in the early going. All right, Coach Bill, we're kind of coming up on our half hour here. I've appreciated the opportunity to talk, but there's always been one question that I've wanted to ask you. So seeing that we're in this opportunity, I'm going to ask it. One of the years at the Prairie View, I caught something from the live stream booth off to the side that I had never seen before. And I thought it was very unique and cool and different. And I saw you playing catch with the bowling ball with your student athletes. And I was just always so curious about kind of how that all started. I'm sure that's something you've been doing for a while, but kind of talk about that as not only for the purpose of the drill to get players ready to go, but just how did you kind of work that into your repertoire of things to use when you got to get someone ready or get someone just lined up a different way?
I fell into it. It was just by good luck I fell into it. The NCAA coaches made a rule on limiting the amount of practice shots you could throw before you went in. So I said, well, just try something different. I took it and ended up working so successfully. Talking to a girl, if you can really make your swing be loose, it's easy to toss a ball. If your arm is stiff, it's tougher to do so. But I ended up doing so. I had people practicing playing catch with me right before they went in, and sometimes 20 different shots, as opposed to the limitations the NCAA put to the practice pair. It was a way to beat the system and still stay within the rules. And it's worked just slick as can be. It makes them looser.
It's absolutely. Now I have to ask, who out of all the players over the years, who threw it the hardest?
Shannon was close.
Shannon was close.
Yeah, there's a couple of people that have, but I've never gotten hurt doing so. I missed one time, the first time a girl tried it when she was a freshman, and she hit my leg, and she felt lousy. But the whole time I've done so, I never had one that hurt me a lick. Just I figure I'm playing first base again, only it's a bigger, heavier ball.
That's true. And luckily, not too many to scoop out of the dirt for that. So that's always good too.
They were real good to it. Nobody wanted to miss. They didn't want to hurt the coach. They want to make somebody laugh at them. So they tried harder to make sure they had real good control of their body movements. And doing so with a loose swing makes it easier. And I just followed through to my hands. It was fun to do. And of course, it freaked out the opposition, which also helped.
Oh, yeah, that mental edge right there.
It was a competitive advantage. Yeah. What is he doing?
What is he doing? That's I think that's what I said the first time I saw it as well. So it even worked on the live streamers. You had the right there.
Understood.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you joining us here for a little bit on BullTV.com. What's kind of what are you looking forward to next over the course of over the next couple months?
Well, for the next couple of days, I'm still going to recover from snow shoveling. There's supposed to be some more of it coming through. And like I say, I'm too cheap to buy a snow blower, so I'm out there in the driveway with a scoop. I hope not too many more times, while I'm not getting any younger. If that gets through, hopefully my prayers are to this virus thing can be ended sooner than later, that what they're doing so with the serum to try to help this out can actually be helpful. The country needs it. Awful lot of people who run small businesses, including in the bowling side, it's tougher for bowling alleys, tougher for pro shop operators. I pray that can turn around.
We do as well, Coach. We do as well. So just want to thank you so much for taking some time to join us here. Sorry we couldn't get the Cornhuskers this particular game for you, but they're going to be up on another one of our pairs coming up next. But thank you again for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure to chat with you, and best of luck to you, sir.
Thanks for the invitation. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
Bye.
Goodbye. All right, everybody. That was a legendary longtime coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Bill Straub, joining us here on Bull TV from the Prairie View A&M Invitational. We are cruising along. My main man, Jason Thomas, getting the stats up for you. We're going to see about getting those link posted as well so you guys can take a deeper look into those. So we'll go ahead and get those posted on bolttv.com. Look for those in the chat coming from me. But everyone hang tight, and we'll be continuing on in match 3. We're about at the halfway point of the day overall. So still 2 more rounds to go after all this. We still got a few more guests lined up as well, so be on the lookout for that. But thank you again, and we'll be back for the coverage here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational on bolttv.com. All right, everybody. We have scores and wins and losses posted here in the early going. So you can take a look at, once again, the teams that are 2-0, 1-1, 0-2 so far here in the early going. And you can see the Baker match pinfall totals. McKendree leading the way in that category. 1991. JT has had them rolling beneath these or on the ticker as well. Prairie View A&M at 1948, our host this week. Sam Houston State at 1942. Nebraska 1921. Louisiana Tech at 1887. Tulane 1874. Arkansas State 1835. Youngstown State 1828. Stephen F. Austin 1817, and Texas Southern at 1738. So definitely some time for everybody to make a few runs here as we look like we're potentially maybe not ready to get back to action on 48. So let's see about switching pairs here while we have the opportunity. Let's go over to 51 and 52. There we have Sam Houston State taking on Tulane. Let's head over there real quick. So everybody hang tight. Just going to see me in the Bowl TV studio. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. All right, there we go. Sam Houston on the left in the orange and black, and Tulane in the blue. But with that, folks, I'm ready to bring in another special guest to chat about college bowling. This gentleman not only is part of the Team USA coaching staff, but also the head coach at Mount Mercy University. The team has put together some very successful runs, was one of the premier teams in the 2020 season, was looking forward to seeing them compete in the postseason as well. Unfortunately, that did not happen, but looking forward to see what the team has in 2021. Let's bring in Mr. Andy Dirks. Hello, Andy.
Hello, Aaron. How are you tonight?
I am doing well, watching college bowling once again and chatting with some good people. So everything is great on my end. How are you?
I'm doing wonderfully. Happy that college bowling's back rolling again. Excited to watch. I watched a lot of the PWBA last week as well, so I'm kind of getting my bowling fixed again. Great.
Excellent. I have to admit, I like everything going on in the background there behind you, but it looks like you leave the Big Four though.
It does.
So that
kind of unintentionally leaving the Big Four. Yeah, I just was provided a new office, so I got to decorate however I wanted. It was really nice.
It's very cool. Very cool. You mentioned the start of the season. Obviously, we're watching NCAA right now, but USBC Collegiate definitely was postponed until January 2021. So teams just getting their first few events in. Give us a little update on Mount Mercy and kind of everything you guys have been doing since the start of the new year.
Well, we've only been able to compete once. We just did last weekend at the Clark Invite in Dubuque, which isn't too far from us. It's about 45 minutes away, so it made a fairly simple trip. But we had a fairly good weekend for our opener. Our women and men both led qualifying, so we got the PowerPoint win. And then the men lost in the first round of match play to Iowa Central, and the women swept match play, defeating Iowa Central and then Grandview for the championship. So it was a pretty good start to our season.
It's nice to see the Mustangs continue on from their strong finish in 2020. I was very impressed with the women's team. They were, in my opinion, the top team overall on the USBC collegiate side heading into postseason play. Talk a little bit about the team as far as kind of who's coming back for this season.
Well, we graduated Kayla Stammer and Riley Blood. They are the only two from that squad that graduated last year. So we're returning Ira Aminuddin, who was Rookie of the Year. And then we also still have Sydney Urban and Cassidy Corey, who were both All-American honorable mentions. And then the supporting cast under them as well, Jenna Williams, who really came out great at the Hoosier Classic. We have some new freshmen that are really impressive as well. So it's going to be probably a little bit of shuffling around this year on what we settle on for final rosters. But we have some solid tools. Megan Kohlberg's a great lefty out of Illinois. We have Jasmine McKeel as well from Illinois, Mackenzie Julian. Brenna Madison from Lincoln, Nebraska throws a really, really great. So we've got a lot of potential for continued growth, and our 2021 class is shaping up pretty well as well.
Excellent. That's good to hear, and I'm sure scary for the rest of the schools out there as well to hear you're set up long term here.
I'm hoping so. That's always been the plan. It took a little while to get things rolling and kind of build what we were trying to build, but I've been fortunate to have some really great, hardworking young athletes they're buying into our vision and really supporting what we're doing. So it's been great, and we also have an administration that's been really behind us as well.
I think that's definitely a big part of it, especially working through all the excitement we've had this past year or so, and I know that you do have a great support system there as well at Mount Mercy.
Yeah, it's been growing really over the last few years. We just added a new full-time assistant coach, Sydney Brummett, joining the program as well. One of the players in the McKendree squad, Colin Smith, pulled from McKendree. He's our graduate assistant as well. So we have great coaching staff. Dylan Werner is still with us, who was an assistant last year as well. So we have good staff and great support from the people above me, and I really am blessed to be here.
All right, Coach Andy, we talked a little bit about the women's team. I can't, they won't let me sneak by without mentioning the men's team as well. So tell us a little bit about the guys squad this year and how they're shaping up.
I think the guys squad is on the cusp of just greatness. I really do. I think they've been close. We have a lot of tools that are falling into place. We have some good upperclassmen leadership. The team really seems to connect really well this year. Some really great young talent. Again, there's some depth on the men's team, so there's going to be some tough decisions moving forward with them as well. But one of the younger standouts, Kai Yamada out of Hawaii, is going to be, I just think he's going to be a superstar, two-handed player. He's done fairly well at Team USA trials a couple times as well. So, but then we still have the returning Max Roars, and my son Alex Dirks is on the squad again, Jared Durant. Darren Bloomquist. I know I'm going to miss a couple guys here and put my foot in my mouth, but we really do have a great squad and some younger talent coming up. So it's also a really young, talented team that I think is going to continue to grow.
Excellent. That's fantastic to hear. Definitely. I think that's probably, we've throughout the course of the conversation, we've talked to a few NCAA coaches who obviously NCAA is on the women's side, particularly USBC Collegiate can have men's and women's programs. That's got to be, being kind of in charge of the whole thing going on there. That's got to be pretty interesting to juggle, throughout the course of a season. Not only having to worry about what's going on in the lanes, but what's keeping an eye on everything that's going on off the lanes too.
Yeah, I think it's a unique challenge. On the NCAA side, there's a couple teams that deal with that. McKendree is one of them, with having the men's team as well. And also the roster sizes that tend to be on the smaller, the USBC side tend to be a little bit bigger. So we've got a lot of athletes. We try really hard to develop everybody at every level. Our JV team as well, and so. It's a lot of hours. We practice early in the mornings, and it's not uncommon for me to leave the pro shop around 7 p.m. and I'll be at the center about 5:30 a.m. So put in a lot of long days, and it's worth it though. It doesn't really, it's a labor of love. So I feel like the hours are starting to really bear fruit. Mm-hmm. With the recruiting and with the development of the athletes and just having some great character and fun on the team as well. So it's a challenge. I won't tell you that there aren't days that I wish there was 2 or 3 of me to try to split it up and share a little bit more of my time, because, I'll never give enough, I don't think, to these athletes that really pour their heart into the program.
Absolutely. And, just looking at, your responsibilities as a coach for the program, for the school, And also for Team USA, that was something you picked up in the past few years as being part of the coaching staff for Team USA. And obviously that the Team USA hasn't had an event to travel to due to the pandemic as well. But there's when you kind of look at that aspect of it too, what is it like to be able to coach players on all of these different types of levels?
I think the biggest difference between coaching a college team and the Team USA is we have a little bit more varying skill level on the college team. So we have some that need a lot of development, maybe don't have as much experience on sport and things like that, but they're still working their tails off to get better every day, and we see a lot of growth. And then obviously on the Team USA side, everybody's at that elite level, and they're just incredibly talented. The other challenge is in college, we're with them every week, all year long, God willing, for 4 years. So we get a lot of time with these athletes and really get to know them. On the Team USA side, we're really trying to put a team together in a week camp and pick the right team that's going to put us at the best chance to succeed, and also build a comfortable, trusting relationship in that short amount of time, so that when we do go out in competition, that we have great communication and work together toward the same result. So I think that's probably the biggest difference in the two. Obviously, it's great to work with incredibly talented athletes that are way up top, and also elite coaches that I get to learn from and pick their brain. And trust me, I do it all in the off season too. I don't just pick their brain at camp and while we're in competition. We keep in touch a lot, and we're always bouncing ideas off each other.
And you get to work with elite PR guys and Matt Cannizzaro as well. So that's always a nice bonus.
Absolutely. I think he could double as a comedian sometimes. He keeps us loose.
I think Matt will be happy that someone finally said he was funny. So I hope you're not watching, Matt. I'm sorry. But no, Matt's great. When you kind of look at the journey, what got you into coaching? What kind of made you want to take this path that eventually has led to all these opportunities?
I think first and foremost, a love of learning. I mean, a love of the sport, but then a love of learning more about the sport. I started in a really small town in Northwest Iowa. The first center I bowled in had 4 lanes. And when I was in youth bowling, there wasn't really a lot of opportunity or coaching. I didn't know college bowling existed until I was already in college. So once I got out of college and volunteered at the youth league to just help coach the little kids, I mean, it was bumper kids and stuff like that. I just had fun and realized that as much as I love to bowl and improve my game, I actually felt more connected to teaching others. And so I just looked for every possible opportunity to learn from better coaches and more knowledgeable people, reading everything I could, going to seminars, doing USBC coaching certifications, way back when they did the level 1 and 2 on an in-person site, before level 1 was online. And I just soaked it up over the last 20 or so years and kept trying to get better. Still do every day, try to learn something new every day.
20 or so years. You still look like you're 32.
I know. I'm a little older than that. I'm 42 actually. So.
Good stuff there. Good, Andy. Good stuff. As we move along here, obviously the excitement of the season, I'm sure never gets old, and kind of getting back into the start of things here in 2021. What were some of the ways you kept your athletes engaged, kind of throughout 2020? Obviously, there weren't events. And then postponed till 2021. And I know it varied across the country as far as how much, time student athletes were spending on campus. But what were some of the things you were doing to try and keep your athletes as ready as possible once it became time to lace up the shoes once again and compete?
Well, we had a very interesting fall. Well, first of all, everybody went home basically right after sectionals was canceled, and then it was spring break the week after we were scheduled to go to sectionals, and we didn't return to campus after that. So everybody went home. So I had all this time on my hands that I felt like I was twiddling my thumbs, and we should have been preparing for postseason. So one of the things I did was I started recording, learning some new tech, but I started recording some mental game chapters that I would send out to the team. We have a private Facebook group and post things for them to learn. I also grabbed some interviews with some of the top bowlers. Bill O'Neill did one for us. Shannon O'Keefe did one. Kelly Kulik, Mike Shady, and interviewed some of those athletes about their mental approach and some of the things they've done to stay at the top and share that information. So it was one of those things where we've always talked, we always wish we had more time for kind of classroom type things. Well, since we couldn't be on the lanes, I decided that we could do some classroom stuff then. And then when fall started, we were able to bowl a little bit, but we did our practices in pods sort of based on who they already lived with, just in case somebody came with a positive, we wouldn't have the whole team go down in a quarantine. So we had to try to build some unique practices, and I even got a deck of cards with a bunch of random questions on it, and every time they opened, they'd have to ask their whole group a question and get to know each other, because it was harder to do some connection things. Everybody's got a mask on, so the freshmen barely know the faces of everybody. So we did some other unique things there. And so we had fewer practices, but we still were trying to keep things on the lanes. And then in November, they shut down leagues again at the bowling centers, and we had a pause because the numbers in Iowa kind of climbed. So we were sort of off practice again for a little bit, and then back on after we came back from break. So it's been an interesting fall. We've tried really hard to keep everybody engaged and keep them bowling. We're blessed. The bowling center that we train in, May City Bowl, really supports the program. It's almost as good as having our own center. So they let our players go in and practice for free as long as there's lanes available. So they were able to get on the lanes a little bit and train as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Like to hear the local support in the community as well, kind of rallying around the program. That's pretty awesome.
We've got some Mount Mercy alumni ownership, so that helps too.
Okay. That will, that certainly doesn't hurt there. I thought it was interesting. You mentioned finding ways to help the players get to know each other. Looking back at my collegiate experience, I bowled 1 year, but I didn't necessarily attend the campus. I attended a satellite campus of the school, which since it didn't have a team, it allowed me to compete for the main campus. So I never got the full collegiate experience, I thought, where kind of the teammates all knew each other so well, and kind of they had built their own little community within the team, and I was just the guy who would show up occasionally for a practice or for a tournament. So I really didn't get to experience it the way I would have liked. But that's more my fault and my choice than anything else. So no ill will towards the school or anything like that. It was just the circumstance that was. But what are some of those type of team building things that you kind of put into play? Obviously this year a little different, but what are some of the ways to kind of get to, or to have the teammates get to know each other, get to trust each other, and kind of build that rapport?
Well, normally we try to do some outings together that are away from bowling and not really connected to bowling. So we've done group outings to hockey games, and we had some players go out on the ice and do the roll or slide turkeys down the ice to try to knock over these big inflatable bowling pins, and they had us kind of be the entertainment at intermission. So we've done things like that. We've done some picnic type outings at the beginning of the year. We've had Dr. Dean come in. We've had Matt Farber come in and do some mental game and just do some connection things there. But this year, all of that stuff was impossible. So that's why I tried to be unique and got this. I mean, there's some silly questions that have really nothing to do with anything important other than see how they answer. And it sort of gets people to communicate and talk. Mm-hmm. And so to me, it's really about making sure that any communication happens before you start directing communication, so that there's a little bit of connection built. It's something I always try to get better at and try to think of other unique ways of doing it. This week we did a drill where we set up partners, and they were people that, upperclassmen with freshmen and things like that. And your partner had to line you up. They had to tell you where to slide and where to throw the ball and what adjustment to make and if they wanted you to change balls. And you couldn't question what they asked you to do. You just had to do it and go all in. So that was a communication drill to sort of get them to understand how they see the lane and things like that.
I'm not going to lie. I'm a fan of that. I would like to see that play out in tournaments now. I'm imagining this great scenario where players just pick other players where they find the person who throws it well. It's like, okay, but you can't make any decisions on your own. This person has to do it all for you.
Yep. And you got to be all in for the shot.
It's fantastic. I love it. Love it, Andy. We brought this question up a little bit earlier with one of the other coaches that was in, but in attempting to balance the type of players, obviously there's a lot of excitement in collegiate bowling, but there's a lot of different players out there as far as, just their temperaments, their styles, kind of how they conduct themselves on the lanes. There's going to be your fire players who are going to get the team revved up, but there's going to be some of the more quiet folks. When putting together a team, how do you try to find a balance in that? Even going back to recruiting, I'm sure that's a big part of trying to understand where this person will fit in to the lineup once they get there. Is kind of that dynamic they just have personally in their own in their own daily maneuvers as a individual and as a bowler.
Yeah, well, I think the first thing is it's important to recognize that every personality is different, and it's important to have different personalities to play different roles. And, I think one of the things that in bowling, you talk about role players for football, they're going to have their running backs team and their receivers team and special teams, and they're going to have kind of their practices and their group of people. Well, in bowling, people think of roles as who's lead off, who's anchor, who's four, stuff like that. But we try to frame it differently where so who's the cowboy on the team? Who's going to wrangle everybody up and get them together? And who always knows what's going on and has all the information? So that's who people can text if they need to know when this starts or when they got to be to the bus and what jerseys we're wearing that day, that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of different roles that are important, and I think it's hard really to know what those personalities are going to be in the recruiting process once you actually get them in the group. You can sort of see how they compete if you go watch them in tournaments and things like that, whether they have a really energetic personality or whether they're more quiet. But how they interact with other people is a little bit harder in a team to determine what's going to happen beforehand. So what I try to do is just always stress the fact that they are going to be different. Not only are they going to see the lane differently, they're going to see the world differently, and that's a good thing. And that helps us become a more rounded team. And if everybody was the same, we'd probably fight all the time.
And you don't want that. That would be that would probably make for a rough experience on the lanes.
Yeah, even when I select graduate assistants and assistant coaches, I don't want my assistants to be exactly like me. I want them to push me forward and challenge me to make sure that we are all in a growth mindset. So if I hired an assistant coach that had the same personality as I do, I don't think that's going to necessarily move us forward.
All right. That leads to my next follow-up question. You mentioned her a little bit earlier, Sydney Brummett. Obviously, a ton of potential or a ton of talent. We've seen her on the PWBA tour. Just finished third at the regional event this past week. Success at every step of the way. Team USA member, success on Junior Team USA, success collegiately at Wichita State. So she's kind of experienced all those things that these players are currently in the midst of or potentially want to experience down the road. So as a coach, what do you see her bringing to Mount Mercy?
Well, I think that experience is humongous. It's definitely something I can provide that I've had some competitive experiences on my own, but not at the collegiate level and not at a great high level team competition. So it is a unique perspective that I can share lots of coaching things with them, but I've never been in their shoes as a collegiate bowler. So I think that helps a lot. But in addition to that, just being able to see somebody that's currently at the at an elite level and works at an elite level, what it takes to maintain that and to get where she's gotten, I think is important. Demonstrating, I've kind of accepted the fact that my competitive days are numbered or over, at a high level. So, and I don't really have a lot of desire to try to go there either. So, having that as somebody they can observe and see what they do day in and day out, what habits they have to become excellent. And I think that's important. But she's also really strong in the mental game. We see that side of things very, very similarly. We've even had some of the same mentors and trainers in that regard. So I think the mental game, she's going to really help bring another perspective from somebody who's been there, done that as well. And also that she is just a different personality than I am. She has a little bit different type of intensity. I'm fairly stoic and calm on the lanes. I cheer pretty loud when things are going well, but most people can't really tell if I'm frustrated. So, so I think, it's just good that we have different levels of excitement and different levels of how we motivate our team. I think she's going to be a tremendous coach. She's had some proven success coaching already. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to have her on board.
Well, we're definitely excited to see the team compete this year. Of course, a great assistant before that with Tanya, helping out as well. So excited to see what's next for Mount Mercy. Give us a little rundown. I was going to say we're kind of coming up on the half hour here, so I'll let you get back to doing your thing. But what's kind of in store for the rest of the season for Mount Mercy? What are kind of some of the big tournaments you guys have highlighted leading up to postseason play?
I feel like I've juggled the schedule about 9 times this year. So, so coming up we're going to the McKendree Baker Challenge next weekend.
Always a great event. Yep.
And it's always a fun event. I love an all Baker format, helping prepare us for that postseason feeling. We have the Warhawk Open, which switched to a one-day event this year. We have a couple really close tournaments. Co-College here in town just started a program, and they're hosting a tournament here in Cedar Rapids, and we host our own as well called the Five Seasons Classic. That's going to close out our season. So we'll be in town twice, and then we have the Cedar Valley Invite, which is just 45 minutes north in Waterloo. So we're kind of staying a little bit closer than we normally do this season for obvious reasons. And our busing has some differences that we have to do with capacity. So we're also trying to make sure that we stay close enough that we can give some solid JV opportunities as well. I think I covered most of them. The Leatherneck, of course, which in the Quad Cities, it's always a great large event as well.
Definitely enjoyed that one last year. It was a good time. This is going to be a random question to kind of end our chat here. And I don't know the answer, so say it with confidence and I'll believe you. How many colleges in Iowa have bowling programs?
I am fairly sure that the number is now 13 or 14. That doesn't include UNI and Iowa State have unfunded clubs that don't compete necessarily in a lot of events, but they do compete. So I'm thinking since 2010, all of those have been added as well. So yeah, I think it's a pretty solid number now.
Fantastic. I was as I've learned more about collegiate bowling these past few years, especially traveling more with Bowl TV and trying to find out a little bit more about these schools that, the name doesn't necessarily distinguish where they're from, where you have to look it up. And it's like, there are so many schools from Iowa, but that's cool. It's a collegiate hotbed of bowling there in the Hawkeye State.
It sure seems to be that way. And it's really, most of it is on the eastern half of the state. There's a few. We have Iowa Western and Morningside on the west side of the state, but those are the only two I can think of over there. The rest seem to be over on the eastern side of the state. So we have a lot of them fairly close to us.
That's excellent stuff, Coach Andy, and I definitely appreciate you joining us here on BowlTV.com, chatting a little bit about just the excitement of being back in the collegiate season. We're here. It's fun to catch up and see some familiar faces. I got so used to seeing everyone like every other week back in 2019 and started 2020. So it's great to catch up, and looking forward to seeing what both the men's and women's teams over at Mount Mercy will be bringing to the season here in 2021.
Thank you very much. It was refreshing to be back on the lanes. I was surprised at how much I missed being out there. I mean, it was really almost a year to compete. And I said it was weird in match play. I felt almost, I would say, as nervous at least as I was coaching at the Hoosier, which seems weird, but yeah, it's just been that long. So I felt like I had to knock a little rust off.
It's good to feel the nerves again.
For sure. It just means we care. That's what I always tell the athletes. If you're nervous, you care. We just got to manage them. So, like Bill was mentioning earlier, if you can control your emotions, you'll be fine.
Of course.
You can't act like they don't exist.
Very much so. I couldn't agree more. But Andy, we'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening. But thank you again for joining us. Safe travels for you and the team to the next event, and look forward to seeing you at one of them sometime soon here.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. And make sure you tell Matt hello if he's not watching as well.
All right, will do. I will pass the message along. All right, thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Looks like we are getting to the home stretch over on 47 and 48 as we come into the Bowl TV studio for just a quick second. Big thanks to Andy Dirks, head coach at Mount Mercy. So they did have a little breakdown here between McKendree and Arkansas State. So they are wrapping up their final game at the moment. All the other pairs have completed. So once we start up match number 4, we'll follow McKendree because we're going to have Taylor Bailey join us on the show. So we will follow them to their next pair. For match 4, they're going to be on 39 and 40, taking on Youngstown State. So we'll be heading over there. But Taylor will be joining us in just a couple minutes. So be on the lookout for that, folks, as we'll be back here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational on Bowl TV.
Great shot. Oh, great shot. Charleston. I'm like, where's in Charleston? I'm not gonna lie. I'm surprised how many people that like if it actually came like some there's right now. There's a bunch of schools there and they're all like kind of private schools. So they were everywhere. Volleyball. I know lots of people. Isn't that weird? I know like it's like orange. It's a big time. They also like Samsung. I always do that. And I was like sliding around. Like your full said you love somewhere? I've never been like, yes, like that's amazing. I can breathe, and then I can walk out. And it's like just sometimes feel like it's like I've had water somewhere. Man, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna wear my jacket so I switch it. And then I wore the switch and I was like, it's very dry. It's just one. No, it's very dry. It's dry. My hair is You're used to being very wet, like in wet conditions. That's not because I literally I was like, are we saying it? No, and then y'all went full on. And I was like, well, you can't just say something. What are you supposed to be like? No, like sitting down and like, no. I was just imagining. And then you guys, and then that happened, and I was like, like I feel uncomfortable. Plus the food belly. I did not eat that much every day. Oh, I didn't.
My hot chocolate's cold.
Okay, I'll tell you. I accidentally took yours, I think. Did you order a cold drink? You don't know. Morgan came up to me last night. She's like, I've been too embarrassed, and I think I took yours. She said nothing about it.
I'll
like reached over you with somebody was like, but do you still like it? And you were like, yeah. So I was like, okay, I feel a little better. We both got tiramisu, and I didn't know if it was hot or cold. I've said my piece. That makes you feel so much better now, right?
You know, and I feel better too. Because now I know I wasn't going crazy.
Going already left him a two-starter. You got an order wrong.
I said,
The Yelp guy.
Chris will ask me, what menu? I said, I looked at it. I said, hot chocolate. And it comes out with ice cream in it.
And then I looked at the menu and I was like, ah. I was like, oh, that's on. There's a lot of tiramisu happening last night. There really was.
But see, when it comes to food, I'm good. It don't matter. That's considered a food thing.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, mine.
You're like, you're nice. All right, we're gonna have the same one as the last week. Let's do the Maddie Mo again.
All right, everybody. Match number 4, just momentarily going to get underway here. We're going to move to 39 and 40. So you're going to take a quick look into the Bowl TV studio. Don't be scared, folks. It's just me. I won't be here for very long. There we go. We're going to see Youngstown State take on McHenry next. And with that, we are going to welcome in one of the standout players for McHenry over the course of the past couple of seasons. National title, All-American, Junior Team USA member, and now looking to advance her career on the PWBA Tour. And she even finished third in this event individually last year on the way to the team victory. So let's bring in Taylor Bailey. So Taylor, hello. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
We're doing well. We're back to watching collegiate bowling. It's fun to be back here in the or at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Obviously, a little bit different spot, but it's great to see the teams out there competing once again. How have things been with you?
Good. So I'm in grad school right now, and all my stuff is online. But it's not like the same online as the kids are now, where they have to do Zoom and all that stuff. So my teachers just post the assignment, and I can do it whenever I want, which is nice. I live with the O'Keefes now, which is great. They definitely spoiled the heck out of me. They help me with whatever I need, and then I'm also working at our local, the Air Force Base nearby, and I work at the bowling center there as well.
All right. Well, you're keeping busy. How's classes going?
Pretty good. Last semester I got all A's, which I was kind of worried about it because grad school is so different and online is so different. But I got A's last semester, and this semester it's going pretty good. It's only the second week, but classes are okay so far.
All right, that's good to hear. It's been so long since I've actually had to take a class. I'd be terrified of the thought of going back to school. So I always applaud those who take the extra time to go out there, get a graduate degree. So congratulations on that, and best of luck moving forward with that too.
Thank you.
So we are watching McHenry here taking on Youngstown State, and obviously we mentioned it, bringing you into McHenry, a place you've gotten to know very well over the past couple of years. It's been fun to watch your career from the 2017 season, where McHenry had the breakout with the wins at both the ITC and the NCAA title. Just talk about coming in as a freshman. You played a pretty big role in that too, along with Brianna Clemmer, 2 newcomers to the squad, making some big shots down the stretch for the team. Talk about just the environment of that first season and kind of experiencing college bowling for the first time, and then all of a sudden finding yourself in a position to win not 1 but 2 national championships at the end of the season.
So I am not going to lie, I was so nervous going in to college bowling, but I was very excited because I felt very privileged to be noticed by Shannon and Brian at all. I wasn't a starter until the second semester, so I just kind of took everything in the first semester because I was so nervous about everything, and it was nice to learn before I actually got to bowl. And then I never pictured myself bowling for a national title, nor at all. It was just something like college bowling for me. It was a bonus, I guess, because I wanted to get my degree in college and go to a 4-year university, but also I was like, wow, this is cool. I get to also do what I love while going to school. So that was really cool. I just felt very blessed to be in the position that I was. I never, I guess I kind of underestimated myself a little bit going in. So I think first being at a national championship at all kind of showed me the blessings that I've had. Shannon and Brian were amazing. The experience was amazing, bowling on TV, bowling for a national title, all of it.
I think, you talked about the nerves of, doing all that as a freshman. But, as a bowling fan and seeing players come and go throughout the collegiate ranks, it was very easy to be impressed by your game from the early going, and it only got better from there. And it's one of those things where we've talked to Shannon before, and I know she has talked a lot about your release and what you can do with the bowling ball, and just how great it all is. What is it like, getting it's one of those things where she's your coach, so you expect certain things when someone coaches you, but when it's one of the best players in the world and she's like, I want my release to be like your release. Like, I mean, that's just got to be a big thing for confidence moving forward and just, kind of looking ahead to the next steps of your career.
Yeah, I think that is the craziest thing I've ever heard her tell me, because I see her as one of the greatest players in the world, and for her to tell me that she wants to have a release like mine, I truly never believed her. I was so blown out of the water, because I don't know, it's just me. I'm just some college bowler from Illinois, and he's bowled on the national stage, the world stage, all of it, and just for her to say that, first of all, made me feel really good. And second, I think really helped me realize, like, okay, yeah, I can do this. I can be good at this.
All right. As we look at the Bearcats here, obviously the Prairie View, it was definitely an event we look forward to every year, just due to being at the ITRC, kind of being a home event for us. But I always liked it as well, just for the competitive aspect of it. Many of the top teams from across the country would always try to make it out to this particular event. And as Coach Straub said a little bit earlier, it was kind of a great look to kind of a first look at what the postseason might look like. So we got to see so many great teams, so many great competitors compete at this event, and obviously McKendree, the defending champion. You guys won it your senior season. What are some of your favorite memories about this particular event over the course of your career?
So this is going to sound really crazy. Like, people are probably going to think, why is that her favorite memory? But my freshman year, when I started bowling more second semester, we were kind of struggling at this tournament, and it seemed to be that we couldn't really make good shots and get it together. And I had somewhat of good ball reaction, so I vividly remember Brian pulling us together and saying, who wants to be anchor? Somebody, anybody, who wants to do it? Because we need someone to step up and make good shots. And I was just kind of like looking around, not me, no. And so they all were like, Taylor. So that was my not only first time starting, and then also my first time pretty much ever being anchor. And so I was a nervous wreck. I threw it pretty good. I made really good shots. But I do remember we were bowling against Vanderbilt in the match to make the championship match. And we were really close, and we had to win. I think we were in game 7, and we had to win that game in order to make it to the championship. And so we got all the way to the end of the game, and I left a 10 pin in the 10th frame, and I had to make it to beat Vanderbilt. So I'm feeling all the pressure. And unfortunately, I did miss it. So we did not make the championship match, but that has to be one of my favorite memories because I learned so much from it. Mm-hmm. I was really upset and a bit embarrassed, but I learned a lot about myself and I overcame it So yeah, that is my favorite memory.
No, I think there's a lot to take. Well, like you said, you used it as a learning moment. Obviously, at the time, that's tough to swallow with the whole team behind you for that. But that just speaks to the growth as a player. As you mentioned, it was your freshman season. There was a lot of new experiences going on at that time for a young player in the program, and but I could imagine, kind of just getting to understand what that pressure felt like in those moments, helped better prepare you down the road, as you said, to, understand those situations, understand, just the tendencies of, what a player might do when that's happening. So I think that's like you said, that's not something folks would normally pick, but I think there's a great story and great learning moment for everyone who listened to that to kind of take away from it.
Yeah, it was cool.
Now I do have to ask though, because I remember I want to say it was in 2019. You guys were there practicing while we were setting up the live stream gear. And speaking of 10 pins, I think the team was working on those, and there was a team rule going on at the time, whereas if anyone missed them, you guys had to do like run a quick little lap. And then Emil started joining in as well. So I enjoyed watching Emil run because that was good stuff. But to talk about like those ways of kind of just the aspect throughout the course of a collegiate season, just different ways to find, just different ways to find ways to motivate players throughout the course of the year, whether it's not running. I don't know if that was something you guys did every tournament or if it was just that one, but what are those things that some of the coaches like to do out there to just make sure everybody's on point?
I do remember that a lot. It was very fun, and I think I remember it being, if we missed one of the fairs, then we had to run to the weight room at the training center, and we had to do like 5 squats or something. We had to pick up a weight and do some squats and then run back. So I do think as a coach, I've been helping the McKendree girls, and I've been helping Dan and Ryan a little bit there. So I've been kind of learning a little bit what it's like to coach, and I think it's one of the most probably difficult jobs ever, because in my brain, when I was bowling, I would just bowl. I would just do what I was told and listen to Shannon and Brian, and sometimes I wouldn't listen to what they were saying and really take it in. But now, as I'm on the other side of it a little bit, it's difficult to find ways to light the fire sometimes and make it fun or motivate the girls, because I think a lot of things could get really redundant. So I did appreciate a lot of the times where we would do things like that. We would run and do squats, even though it was a punishment. It helped us in the long run because we didn't want to miss a fair and have to do that. So every time we were up, although there was the pressure, it would help us focus more and make it. But yeah, I think that it's tricky, really. Yeah.
Gotcha. Taking a look at just kind of the way this particular tournament works as far as kind of the week, and we had Julia Bond on a little bit earlier, kind of talking about just how a student athlete experiences a collegiate event. For you, what was kind of the balance you had to find over the course of like a 3-day event like this? Obviously, there's a travel getting there, maybe a practice day if you guys get there early enough. You got Baker, you got traditional, you got the bracket, and then it's time to head back to campus. How did you, or what was kind of your strategy to kind of balance the bowling versus the academic side of it throughout the course of a tournament? Because I'm sure, on days when it went great, it was fun and the team wanted to be together and have a good time, but you still got homework back there hanging around or tests to get ready for. Same thing when it was tough. It was probably maybe it was tough to open up the books after a rough day, or if the team had some struggles. But for you, what was kind of the balance between competing and academics while you were on the road at events?
I definitely think I was lucky. Us girls at McHenry, because it is a smaller school, there is the opportunity to create some really close relationships with professors. And not that you can't do that at bigger schools, but I know that the professors at McHenry were really good at not so much being lenient, but giving us maybe a day to get the work in, or giving us the work ahead of time, which I always liked to do because I hated missing anything. So before a tournament, I would ask the professor if there was anything that we needed to do before I left, even turn anything in when I was at the tournament. But I will admit that I was pretty awful at finding the motivation to do homework at a tournament. So if I had something due the Monday after we got back, I would be that person sitting in the airport Sunday night or on the bus on Sunday trying to get it done and cramming it in, because it is tiring after a tournament, and I just never found the motivation, I guess, to get it done, which is really awful. Somehow I got it done and somehow I got good grades, but it was hard for sure.
I feel I would have been the same way, so I can relate to that. I would have put it off as late as possible. So, Taylor, now that you're kind of looking ahead to the next steps in your bowling, I know you signed up to become a member of the PWBA, so we thank you for that first and foremost. But we're looking forward to seeing you out on tour at some point this season. I'm sure school potentially had something to do with not bowling the Kickoff Classic Series. But kind of what is your schedule looking like for the 2021 season as far as events?
I am planning on starting in April in Minnesota, bowling everything after that, all the way till the end of October, beginning November, that one. So I will have classes in the summer, unfortunately, but luckily enough, it's online. I can do it from wherever I want. So that is pretty nice. I can get the work done before I go while I'm there, which, I just said I really kind of struggle with that. So that probably won't happen. But yeah, I'm very sad that I didn't get to participate at the Hall of Fame Classic. School, yeah, was a big factor, but also I will say that I'm a bit disappointed in myself because I definitely could have made it and I could have gone to the Hall of Fame Classic for sure. But I was being a bit hard on myself and I felt very unprepared and I didn't think that I could succeed. But now after looking back, I regret that and I wish I would have gone and made that leap. But I'm excited to start in April and I'm just going to go for it.
We're certainly excited to see you join the ranks as well. And, from all the time as a collegiate player, the success on Junior Team USA, we're definitely eager to see the rookie season for you as well. It's you mentioned getting to live with the O'Keefe. So obviously you get to hang out with the greatest bowler on the tour pretty much each and every day. Obviously she's here coaching right now, but we've seen the posts of, working out, getting ready for the season. What's it been like being able to work out every day and prepare for a PWBA tour season with the two-time reigning player of the year?
I think it's incredible. I firmly believe that in order to be the best, you have to learn from the best and work with the best. So I love working out with Shannon and even just racking her brain and asking her questions. What would you do in this situation? How did you feel here? What was this like? Or even Brian, asking him a bunch of questions, just trying to learn as much as I can before I get out there. And obviously there'll be that experience that I need to have personally, but I think if I feel more prepared mentally, then it will ease maybe the the challenges of being a rookie. But yeah, I absolutely love working out with Shannon. Our workouts kick our butts, but I do love them, and it will make me better and stronger in the long run.
Certainly. So yes, I could imagine one of those routines because Shannon always mentions that Heather and her workout things always take their toll. You're feeling it afterwards. So I would imagine kicking butt is an excellent way to put it there. So I would agree with that. It's I'm sure kind of looking at that, it had to be super exciting to watch her go out and win the first event, win the Boulders Journal Classic. After it had been nearly 500 days since her last win at the Tour Championship, even though they were back-to-back wins essentially on tour. What was it like just watching her compete in that moment? We talked about it on the air. Her ball reaction wasn't the best at the start, but she made the move, she made the commitment, and talking to her afterwards, the ball change that she made and committed to, it was just so great to obviously see that, make the move, commit to it, and then turn into 8 in a row in a victory. What's it like just watching her make those big shots just over and over and over again, time and time again?
I think it's incredible, really. And even that, and also after that, and after she was bowling in the final event, and I know she had hurt herself, even watching her bowl through when she hurt herself, it just goes to show that she is one of the toughest players out there, because I'm sure that not a lot of people, if they were injured like that, could make as many good shots as she did and kind of pull through and finish where she did. So I respect her so much, and I think it's amazing to watch her do what she does. She always finds a way, and I think there's a lot that I can learn from even just watching her do that.
Excellent stuff. A few more questions for you before we let you get back to the rest of your Friday here. But it's in looking at the tour, we put together a little preview article, and kind of talked about the accomplishments as far as looking at the national championships, the All-American teams, the gold medals for Junior Team USA. For the folks out there who may be unfamiliar with your game, when they see you out on the PWBA tour, what are going to be the strengths for Taylor Bailey's game out there, starting in April?
Gosh, that is not a question that I have gotten before. I think, for one, I've become a very great spare shooter. So that is going to be absolutely one of my strengths. And I think another one is actually, wow, I am speechless. I don't know. There's not many times where I pick out my strengths. Great spare shooter. Repeating shots, I think, is one of my biggest strengths as well. I'm really good at repeatability, hitting the same arrow, break point, and also being very versatile in what I can do. There's not just one part of the lane that I can play. I can play a lot of parts of the lane, different balls, different positions, that kind of stuff.
All right, I like that. See them.
That's good. It was a little difficult.
I'm ready to watch based off all those characteristics right there. My favorite part is good at spares, so we like good spare shooting on tour. So that's our favorite part to watch. Kind of looking at this McKendree team, you've had the opportunity to work with them a little bit. You got to compete with some of them as well. I know Hope Cramley, Isabella Correa, but just tell us a little bit more about this team and kind of run down the group here and why you think they're going to be successful again in 2021.
I think this team is very unique for McKendree because when I was a freshman in the nationals, the entire same team came back the next year. So there wasn't there wasn't a lot of changes on the team, and nobody graduated that year. So even again, the next year we just had the same team. And then after that, we only had 2 seniors graduate. So it was always the same group of girls kind of just hanging around in McKendree. And now this year, it's almost an entirely different team. There are a lot of girls that have never bowled on varsity before. There are some new freshmen, Izzy from England, and Isabella, she transferred from Central Missouri. Amanda, she transferred from Nebraska. And I think it's very unique because they're still trying to find that one, the one chemistry that really brings them together. So I think it doesn't sound like it would be one of their strengths, but I think it is, because I think they're always learning about each other, and they're always trying new things and having new experiences. So I do think that could be one of their strengths, because again, when it's the same team like we had, you can almost fall into where, what's the word? Where just everything is the same, so you don't really try as hard, I guess. I think that was one of my things for sure. Like coming back the next year, I was like, okay, everything's just the same. It's gonna be great. But then I didn't work as hard. Whereas these girls, they're always working hard and they're always pushing, because you never know what could happen.
No, I think that's a great point, and it's going to lead me to a follow up to that, because you mentioned the 2017 team and basically getting to bring the same team back afterwards with you and Brianna and Lauren and a few others who I'm so sorry I'm not remembering right now, but those were you were the 3 who else was on that team now? Now it's going to bother me. You're going to have to tell me.
We had Jessica Malat.
Jessica, I forgot. How could I forget Jessica? All right, yes. Sarah Willie. There we go.
And then we also had Ashley Dunn, Nicole Fung. She is from Panama, and Ashley Hathaway, who is from Texas.
There we go. I am sorry for those individuals. I'm getting old, Taylor. I'm getting old. I'm forgetting this. But kind of coming into that environment for the first time, what's it like? Basically learning about a new team and coming into a new team. You get recruited to a school. You're excited to work with the O'Keefes, but not everybody always knows the team dynamic as far as the other players and kind of especially for the folks who had already been at the school. Obviously they have already kind of experienced all this before. So what was kind of the learning curve heading in as a freshman, just to the college or collegiate bowling experience in general, just trying to learn about this new group of young ladies who basically you're going to end up spending all this time with, and later down the road you became national champions with them, but when you came in you didn't realize that was going to be you hoped it would be the end result. You didn't realize that, but what was the transition like, kind of coming into that family environment for the first time and trying to learn about everybody?
I do think that coming into college, I wasn't so much quiet, but I didn't really put myself out there a lot. So I did find myself not so much falling behind the team, but I personally never made an effort to put myself out there. So they were very welcoming, and they were always so nice to me. But I think it was just me having to break out of my own shell and open up to them a little more, because I don't so much fall into a group and so much hide my characteristics, but sometimes I can. I was more of a follower than a leader, if that describes it. So I didn't really get up there and show myself. So that was, I think, the biggest thing I had to overcome, because it's intimidating when the girls, they have already been together and they're becoming successful. So I was just a small fish in a big pond is what it felt like. But they were incredible, and they were always so nice and welcoming to me. And then they became some of my best friends.
Gotcha. That's definitely a big part of the collegiate experience, I feel, and that was something we talked with Coach Andy about as well, is just trying to find ways to get everybody to work together, get to understand the team chemistry, have it come together, so it's successful not only out on the lanes, but that those relationships are built, those lifetime relationships are built, which is a very cool aspect of the collegiate bowling world to go along with that. But Taylor, I was gonna say we're about on our half hour or so I'll let you get back to enjoying Friday night, and I know I'm sure the dogs there at the O'Keefe residence are wondering where you ran off to. So I'll let you get back to that. But as we say goodbye and kind of look ahead to your journey on the PWBA, where are some places, folks? I'm not sure if you've got some athlete pages maybe, but where can folks kind of follow you as you go throughout your journey on the PWBA tour?
I do have a professional Facebook page. The handle, I guess that's what it's called, is Taylor Bailey PWBA. Or if you just type it in, it's Taylor Bailey Professional Bowler. I do have Twitter and Instagram. It's not really like my professional bowling, but you can definitely follow me there. It's Taylor Bailey, and that has BAAY at the end. I can put it somewhere where people see it. So, yeah.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Well, Taylor, we definitely appreciate the time for coming in, talking some collegiate bowling, about the experiences, and letting us know a little bit more about this McKendree team as well. And like I said, we're excited to see you out there competing this year on the PWBA tour, and potentially going for Rookie of the Year. So we can't wait for April. We'll see you in a couple months, and take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, Taylor. All right, everybody. That was Taylor Bailey joining us, a former standout at McKendree University and an up-and-coming star on the PWBA tour. So we've gotten to talk to quite a lineup today. It's been fun. We've had some past collegiate standouts in Taylor and Julia Bond, both players now on the PWBA tour. Some coaches. Looking on the USBC collegiate side, Andy Dirks from Mount Mercy, and Mark Lewis, the Hall of Famer Mark Lewis from Wichita State. On the NCAA side, Alicia Current from Delaware State. She's also a PWBA Tour champion. And the legendary Bill Straub, the longtime coach at the University of Nebraska, now retired. So awesome to catch up with him and chat for a little bit. But for right now, we're going to turn our attention back to the lanes here. Match number 4, McKendree taking on Youngstown State. An interesting matchup to look at here is actually the coaching matchup. Both of these coaches had phenomenal years in the 2020 season, or 2019-2020 season. So when you look at the NTCA awards on bowl.com underneath the collegiate page, you can see for this season that Shannon for McKendree was the Division II, Division III Coach of the Year, and Doug from Youngstown State was the Division I Coach of the Year. So we have our 2 reigning coaches of the year at the helm of these matches here. So it'll be exciting to see. So folks, I'm going to head off the screen real quick. JT is doing his thing with the scores, keeping up with the crazy pace of collegiate bowling and Baker mania, if we will. But we're going to go ahead and go back to the action, and we will get you some additional links in the chat in the next couple of moments too. So everybody sit back, enjoy match 4 at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV, joined by Jason Thomas. Just taking care of the action at USA Bowl. Appreciate everybody for joining us so far. We will be here throughout the rest of the block and back at it tomorrow morning Our start time for our 5 traditional games is 10:25 a.m. Eastern Time, 9:25 local here in Dallas, Texas. And then Sunday morning, we will kick off an hour earlier as we look ahead to the always exciting bracket finals. So that's what we have on tap. So everybody hang tight, sit back, and enjoy. You're watching Collegiate Bowling on Bowl TV. Hello again, Bowl TV fans. My name is Aaron Smith with USBC, and we are in match number 4 of 5 at the opening day of the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational, taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. We just posted some scores, the official tally after match number 3, which includes wins and losses and a total pinfall. JT has been ever so kind as well to continue to update those scores on the ticker as well. But heading into this match, only 2 teams, 3-0 so far. Prairie View A&M, our host, and Louisiana Tech have come away unscathed so far in their first couple of matches. Everybody else has at least 1 win, but only one other school has 2 victories. That's Tulane. They're 2-1. Everyone else is 1-2 in the field. So a little unique to see here, based off of some previous tournaments at the Prairie View. Usually a few more teams have found a way to win a couple, but it's nice to see it kind of spread around in the wins and losses. So McHenry, Arkansas State, Youngstown, Nebraska, Sam Houston, Stephen F. Austin, and Texas Southern, all 1-2 in the standings. Looking at the total pinfall, Prairie View A&M leading the way, 29-56. So as a team, they're averaging just a hair above 197. Games of 966, 982, and 1008. Sitting in second is McHenry, who had 1 big game in Baker match number 2. Technically 5 big games. Once again, the Baker matches 5 games total pinfall determines who gets the victory. So for McHenry, 904, 1087, and then 945. They were 20 pins back at 29-36. Arkansas State in third in pinfall, 28-94. Louisiana Tech in fourth, 28-79. Youngstown State in fifth at 28-18. Nebraska, same tally, 28-18. So they're tied for fifth. Sam Houston at 27-99. Tulane, 27-56. Stephen F. Austin, 27-47. And Texas Southern at 25-29. So outside of Texas Southern, the top 9 teams all within about 200 pins of each other. So certainly some opportunities to make a run toward the top half of the bracket. Looking ahead, look at the match updates. In just a second as well, and then we'll bring Jason Thomas back in to get a feel for what's happening inside USA Bowl. It's again putting in a ton of work to get all those score updates. across the board. So we are finishing or getting toward the end of match or the end of this particular game. Let's all right. Let's bring in Jason Thomas. Get a feel from USA Bowl.
Hello,
JT.
Hello, Aaron Smith.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I got to chat with 6 different people today, so that's sometimes more than I get in normal life. So I appreciate the opportunity to chat with some great folks, get some great stories about collegiate bowling, and just celebrate it being back here in 2021.
It's great. It's great. And it's great to hear the yelling and the screaming, and that these kids have a chance to, young men and women, I should say, have a chance to compete again. You can see that the players, even though there's a lot of energy and you can hear the yelling and screaming, they're starting to get tuckered out towards the end of the block here. There's a lot of refueling, a lot of eating of food, a lot of trying to keep the energy up. It's interesting. You see, like for example, Arkansas just shot 278. Their high game of the set was 191, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, they bomb a 278 to give themselves a chance in this match against Nebraska. A lot of the noise you're hearing right now is that match coming down the stretch. But there's also, a couple of matches that have just slowed to a crawl. For example, McKendree, their match right now, they're almost a full game behind the rest of the matches. So I don't know if that's just strategic, if they're trying to slow things down on purpose to try to figure something out, or if it's just a function of the pace. But they've been one of the faster teams all day, and then all of a sudden, and it's possible they had a breakdown that I missed. But it's an interesting grind of a day that you have to get through.
It really is. And when you think about it, 25 Baker games on paper, Baker goes pretty fast in general. And I know you're noticing that as well. But yeah, it's that's still a whole bunch of bowling when you get down to the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah, I mean, 25 games today. When we do a U.S. Open qualifying day, that's 24 games that we're covering. But that's that takes 15 to 17 hours. This is all compressed into a 5.5 hour window. We're at the 5 hour and 2 minute mark right now of the broadcast. So, and we've still got one more set of matches to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking over at the Arkansas-Nebraska match on 51 and 52, and that's turned into a barn burner.
Let's go over there, JT. Are you available for some on-site commentary? JT, did you catch that?
Hey, your question? I am available.
All right, let's head over there. 51 and 52. All right, looks like Arkansas State has a strike already up in the 10th, 246 max.
That's correct.
And then 213 out there still for Nebraska, the Cornhuskers. It's going to drop to 202 max score as Red Wolves look for a second in the 10th, and Justin Kostick's squad gets the hit. Oh, apparently they were up on a spare.
Yeah, one thing that I find interesting, and I heard Bill Straub talking about it a little earlier today, was the importance of racking up wins. And I'm not sure we explained, to people that maybe aren't used to that format, what the importance is of actually winning these matches, because you see them win the match, but there's no bonus pins or anything like that. So what, for the folks at home, is the significance of winning these matches?
Well, when you look at it, the wins, losses overall for the season, obviously at each event, and they've been scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Teams are 3-0, 2-1, 1-2. But those are the things that they look at heading into postseason play. So typically it seems like on the NCAA side, it kind of varies from year to year as far as how many teams end up advancing to the main event at the end of the year. Some get in through their conference championships. Others get in through selection based off of their rankings in the overall season. But a lot of those rankings are due to wins and losses. So those are the big ticket items for every week. It's great to walk away when it's all said and done, bring home a trophy for winning the bracket, which means you got 2 extra wins right there too, which is always nice. But essentially when it comes down to the end of the event, the thing you're really looking at on the NCAA side is how many wins did we get and how can we get more next time?
Yeah.
Unless you go undefeated. So all that's looking ahead to postseason play and helping the selection process and getting to be a part of that final field, which ultimately gets to compete for the national championship. So that's the big significance there. So, sometimes you see it where, a team will be farther back in pinfall. You could even, it's almost kind of in its own unique way, bonus pins and match play, where you see a team that's, a little bit farther back and, with some of the unique brackets that they have on NCAA, a team may not necessarily be competing for the championship, but they're walking away with a 10-2 record because, even though they found ways to win every match. And you know what? At the end of the day, that's a successful weekend for most teams. If you're putting up, if you're thinking you got a chance at 12 wins, if you're taking home 8, 9, 10, 11 wins, if you fell a little bit further back in the pinfall, that's something you can work on. But ultimately, you're walking away with a good week. So it's a little unique in looking at it that way. As Bill said, he was more of a pinfall guy. So the pinfall dictates the place in the bracket, but it really doesn't play into it for the postseason look of it all. So that's kind of some of the caveats and different looks of NCAA bowling versus some of the things we usually see on the USBC collegiate side.
Yeah, and that's I think where a good anchor bowler comes into play, because anchor bowlers can bail you out of a lot of bad situations. As long as you can keep close to the other team, you have a good anchor play. And Julia Bond talked about that quite a bit. So many times that she had to throw a strike or a double, to win a match, and how it's helped her, now that she's out on the PWBA tour.
Absolutely. And, that's been a big thing we've seen from a lot of these players who are now PWBA Tour stars or going to be in the immediate future, is having those reps at this collegiate level and continually, having to step up there, strike to win something for your team, which, I think we talked about a little bit earlier, is arguably a little bit tougher overall to do, knowing that, you got not only 5 or 6 other teammates to worry about, but you have the entire essentially university college that you're representing on your back to represent in those situations. So I think it's a great way for these players, because everything at the end of the day, everything there's no essential qualifying, if you will. There aren't games that don't have a purpose in the overall things. Qualifying gets you to a spot, but along the way you're going to have your bad games here and there. You're going to work your way through those, but every matchup has an ultimate end result that ends in a win or a loss. So those moments add up quickly for you, and if you find yourself in those situations more and more often, that's going to be big for those players. Just looking ahead to knowing the little things that they do in those situations. If you get a little fast, if you get a little slow, if you turn on it a little bit more, whatever it may be, you've had those reps built in to where it's almost second nature to know, okay, this is a big shot here. I'm probably going to be fast. Let me make the right adjustment.
Yeah, and as we come down to the end of the fourth match of the day, we've still got quite a ways to go in game number 5 for the McKendree match on 39 and 40. So
let's go over there then.
There.
We will head that way. All right, back to McKendree and Youngstown State. As you said, they were about a full game behind. So
Correct.
they're so everyone else will have the opportunity to kind of take a quick little breather and rest up as they finish up this match. JT, you got the scores for this one?
Almost do. I'm gonna go head out for a sec and grab. The only one I didn't get was the Prairie View A&M match that was all the way down on the end. So I'm gonna go grab the scores for that. I'll update everybody through game 5, except for McKendree and Youngstown, and we'll get that score as soon as it's finished.
All right, perfect. We'll let you add it, JT.
Yes, in a bit.
All right, folks, let's go big screen once again. As a friendly reminder, we will be back here on BowlTV.com for available coverage all day long tomorrow. We are starting at 10:25 a.m. Eastern, 9:25 local time. And we'll be rolling till about 4 or so. So another similar length, 5 to 6 hours worth of coverage, 5 traditional games, which will be 5-player team scenarios throughout the course of the day. taking a look at some of the updates to the schedule. Originally, as in Prairie Views of past, we have had an additional traditional game Sunday morning prior to the start of the bracket. We originally did have 11 teams signed up for this event, but due to a late scratch, we are going to start at the same time on Sunday morning, bright and early at 9:25 a.m. Eastern. But we're going to expand the bracket play. So it's going to be 3 rounds of Baker bracket, best of 7. So that's going to be fun to watch. Always is. As teams compete for the championship here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. But right now, this is the only matchup left underway. Everybody else has completed their 5 games for match 4. Once again, teams switch lanes for the first 4 games. And traditionally, the team with the most pinfall heading into the final game has the opportunity to select which lane they finish on, which has some strategy certainly involved in close matchups. But total pinfall for these 5 games determines who gets the all-important victory, looking ahead at the overall standings for the season. And of course, to learn more about postseason play and which teams will be in the mix for that. Some nice shots there by Hope Gramley from McKendree to finish things up there. Looks like 196 to 181 in that final game. Advantage Youngstown State, but total pinfall, the important factor in determining who got the overall win when it was all said and done. But folks, now this is the magical time in between matches where the NCAA schools have essentially a brief countdown until they are due to their next pair of lanes and ready to start up match 5, final match of the day, coming up next here on Bowl TV for the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. This year's event coming to you from USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. This event historically has been held at the ITRC, the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, which was home to the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series this past week. But looking at the teams and the ability to skip pairs and social distance appropriately, they decided to move to a bigger center, USA Bowl, a great facility here in the DFW area, which has been a longtime partners for many collegiate youth events as well. Big shout out to Josh doing big things over there as well. But USA Bowl, a great host. And supporter of bowling. So big thanks to them. But as we wait for match 5 to start up, everybody hang tight. We'll be right back here on bowltv.com.
In the middle of nowhere. Yes, it is. Yeah, I make it fun. It just seems like it's longer. I mean, this one. You'll have to apologize. Like, it's Jonesboro and it's 6 around. Although you do it, like I said, you go through Jackson and then you go through the city. It's not like too bad. No, but like the. Jackson is 4 hours, 4.5. Oh, wait. That's like She started right on time. She didn't even throw it until it was.
As we settle into match number 5, kicking things off here Baker style at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Our lineup for this game, over on 35 and 36, we have Nebraska taking on Sam Houston State on 39 and 40, which we're watching right now. Tulane versus Arkansas State. Over on 43 and 44, once again, that is the one pair we are not able to get today. Texas Southern against McHenry. On 47 and 8, we have Stephen F. Austin against Louisiana Tech. And over on 51 and 52, we have Youngstown State against Prairie View A&M, our host this week at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. See some scores rolling across there. We will give a quick recap to all of those once they roll past again. So Louisiana Tech, a nice 1,035, giving a Prairie View A&M their first loss. So Louisiana Tech now the only undefeated team. Youngstown State, wow, just one pin victory there. Close between Stephen F. Austin and Sam Houston as well. Tulane, big effort there, shooting 1,000 plus. And Arkansas State, strong finish there to get to 20 over and collect the win. So Youngstown State 968 to 967 over McHenry, just one pin separating them. Stephen F. Austin by 10 over Sam Houston. Once again, today's pattern, 42 feet in length. Be the same pattern throughout competition this week at USA Bowl. And folks, we will have an updated link for you in just a moment as well with a full recap of today's action so far, wins and losses, as well as pinfall totals, looking ahead to tomorrow's action. So hang tight. We will have those available in just a moment as well. All right, everybody. We just posted the link to the tournament standing so far through match 4. Taking a look at wins and losses, as we mentioned, Louisiana Tech, the only team undefeated so far here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, 4-0 so far. Prairie View A&M 3-1 and Tulane 3-1. Your team's leading the way in winner percentage so far. Arkansas State 2-2, as is Stephen F. Austin. And then the other teams in the field all 1-3. McKendree, Nebraska, Sam Houston State, and Texas Southern. However, in pinfall for the bracket, Arkansas State currently leading the way. They're at, actually, we have a tie, excuse me, between Arkansas State and Louisiana Tech, both at 39-14. Through Baker match 4, not too far away is McKendree at 39-03. Prairie View A&M in 4th at 38-73. Youngstown State 37-86, 1 pin ahead of Nebraska. In 7th place, 37-60, Sam Houston State. Tulane 37-41. Stephen F. Austin at 37-18 and Texas Southern at 34-14. So once again, those top 9 teams keeping themselves about 200 pins apart. And of course, here on our main channel, we have that information available on the ticker as well. So if you're curious to which team is which, ARK, Arkansas State, LTU, Louisiana Tech, MCK, McKendree, PVAM, Prairie View A&M, YSU, Youngstown State, NEB, Nebraska, SHU, Sam Houston State University, TUL is Tulane, SFA, Stephen F. Austin, TSU, Texas Southern. So there we go. Taking a look at some of our rosters here this week. For Arkansas State, they're their team members include senior Taylor Davis, who has spent some time on Junior Team USA, Lauren Bunting, Montana Meyer, Avery Brown, Sheila Sutphin, Emma Stoll, Sarah Sains, Faith Welch, who's also on Junior Team USA, and Brooklyn Boudreau. For Tulane, where's the Tulane roster at? Here we go. Their group this season made up of Madison McCall, Crystal Singh, Veronica Petrinick, Jenica Barron, Amelia Vasquez, Yarlise Alvarez and Morgan Gitlitz. So a pretty young team there, just the one senior for Tulane and Madison McCall. Everyone else juniors, sophomores, or freshmen.
One more now. Down, stall.
for Arkansas State. They competed a couple of weekends ago in Savannah, Tennessee at the Lady Texters Invitational. Where they were victorious in the bracket portion of the event with a win over host Louisiana Tech. Sophomore Faith Welch earned all tournament honors, which typically comes from the individual portion of the event. So most tournaments, depending on the size, usually recognize the first 5 or 6 bowlers in the standings to receive a prize, be part of the all-tournament team, if you will. So Faith earned that at the Lady Texters Invitational, averaging over 208 for her 5-game total. Also the first all-tournament team of her career. How about that? Way to go, Faith. See what Tulane has been up to this season. Looks like for Tulane, they had the opportunity to compete at the LA Tech Invite, posting a 4-5 record overall, but that event appears to have been in the fall. They finished 5th out of 8 teams in that event, so that was early November, so that was the last time the Waves have competed here on the NCAA side. So once again, good to see teams back out there, back competing. See the scores rolling. Nebraska 192-162 advantage over Sam Houston. Tulane up 205-186 here on our featured pair against Arkansas State. McHenry 193, Texas Southern 164, Stephen F. Austin 189, Louisiana Tech 152, and Prairie View A&M up 177-122 against Youngstown State. After one, so just a couple Baker games left today before we are all wrapped up with day one here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. We'll be sure to post the final day one standings on social media. Check the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, at US Bowling Congress on Instagram to pick those up. Nice shot there from Arkansas State. Has been a contender for the national championship for the past couple of seasons now. Coach, nice conversion there of the 210. Coach Justin Kostick, as we talked about with Bill Straub, definitely a great coach out there. We'll let you know what he's thinking for sure, but has found continued success And when you look at some of the players who have found success, you see Junior Team USA experience, you see Team USA experience, and particularly Jordan Richard for the Red Wolves, winning on the PWBA Tour in 2018 and 2019, part of the Arkansas State crew, her sophomore, junior, and senior year. But obviously, Jordan now in the PWBA ranks, so it's all about continuing on and finding the next group of talented young players to continue to build the roster. And looking at both of these squads, a bunch of players who repeat shots, good strong fundamentals, get to the line well. Show a lot of the traits that we typically see at the next level. I mentioned Justin at Arkansas State for Tulane. Haley Veitch has been at the helm for now looks to be her 10th season. Take a look at her profile on their website, and she was actually appointed the Green Waves' first ever bowling coach back in April of 2011. So there you go. We knew Haley first from her days at Weber International, however, helping the Warriors win the Intercollegiate Team Championships during the 2010 season.
You know Cody out there. Down.
All right, we have updates after 2 scrolling across the screen now. Nebraska 386, Sam Houston 368, Arkansas State 439, averaging nearly 220 so far. Tulane 397, McKendree 381 to 308 over Texas Southern. Stephen F. Austin 347 to 345, tight one there against Louisiana Tech, and Prairie View A&M 330 to Youngstown State 324. So Youngstown tightening up that match after a rough start out of the gates. Once again, if you are just joining us, this is the End of Baker competition for the day. The 5th of 5 Baker matches, each Baker match one team against another in this NCAA format. 5 games total pinfall determines who gets the victory. Total pinfall also determines over the course of the entire event seeding for bracket play on Sunday. Because historically with NCAA brackets, you have had to be ranked a certain spot in the standings. Usually that was for 2 rounds. I know we're expanding to 3. I'll have to take a look at that to see if that affects how many teams can actually end up going for first place. But previously, when we had 12 teams, essentially it was made up of 3 little sections or pods, if you will, of the bracket. The teams finishing 1 through 4 in the standings had the ability to bowl for the title. The teams that were 5th through 8th place were in another section, and then 9 through 12. So teams could essentially bowl up so much. So if you were 8th, you could work your way all the way up into 5th. If you were 5th, that was the best you could finish. But you could fall to 8th overall in the bracket standings. So that's one of the tricky parts. So the past teams have wanted to be in the top 4 to assure themselves that. But let me see if I can find the bracket for 10 teams here. It looks similar here, taking a look at the bracket, even with the extra round. So essentially being in the top 4 gives you an opportunity to win the bracket once we get to Sunday's competition here on BowlTV.com. Nice shot there from Brooklyn Boudreau from Arkansas State. I believe a freshman on the squad this year. All right, we will make a switch here as we wait for 39 and 40 to come back up. So another quick stop to the Bull TV studio. And we'll head over to 35 through 30, or 35 and 36, excuse me, with Sam Houston and Nebraska. Sam Houston to the left on lane 35. Nebraska to the right on 36. Sam Houston, the 2014 NCAA champion. For Nebraska on the NCAA side, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 NCAA crowns. All right, we're back in business over on 39 and 40. Let's head back over there. Tulane just got back in the thick of things here after rolling 251. So I'll head back to that channel. So get ready for game number 4. Just 2 left to go here.
I know 80. I know AS 80, 90.
Early double out of the gates for Arkansas State here in Game 4. They've been averaging close to 220 here on this final pair. As we mentioned, a big 251 from the Green Wave. Putting them right back in business, but three-bagger now. The response from the Red Wolves. See the other scores after three. Sam Houston up 604 to 568 against Nebraska. It's going to be an impressive block overall. That was actually game 5 already. Moving right along here for Arkansas State. So they're going to be right around plus 80 for that block on their way to a victory over Tulane. Rough finish there for Tulane after 251 last game. Going to finish in the 150s here. So they're going to lose this matchup against Arkansas State. Let's head over to lanes 47 and 48. Final tally in that Arkansas State match, 1,077 to 980. So not a rough score by any stretch for Tulane. Just ran to a big score there. 1077, one of the bigger blocks we've seen so far over the course of today here. Once again, back in the Bowl TV studio as we make our way to another pair of lanes. Louisiana Tech, Stephen F. Austin. Looks like max score this game for Stephen F. Austin, 198. 191 max score for Louisiana Tech. Lady Jacks on the left. And the Lady Texters on the right. Oh, that 8-pin. Ever so mean for Louisiana Tech standout, Caitlin Eater. Now a senior. For Louisiana Tech. that looked to be the end of Louisiana Tech and Stephen F. Austin. They're working on 51 and 52, so let's head over to 35 and 36, Sam Houston and Nebraska. Just again, moving around here, Bowl TV studio in the background. Taking a look at the roster of the season for Sam Houston State. Yeah, Saya Ismail, Denise Blakenzie, Haley Conley, B. Hernandez, Danielle McBride, Natasha Raffi, and Alicia Chambers. So some familiar names and some new ones for Brad Hagan's crew. For Nebraska, a couple more players on the overall roster. Going to guess probably not all of them here on the not here at USA Bowl this week, but a few red shirts listed. Cassidy Ray, Kendall Hoffmeister, Kayla Verstrati, and Gwen Meha to go along with Alexa Fernandez, Crystal Elliott, Leah Glazer, Amara Smith Spites, Michelle Guaro, Alexis Bouchert, and Marissa Cosentini. Or Marissa Cosentini, excuse me. Look like a 229 finish there for Sam Houston. Junior Team USA member Crystal Elliott. There we go from Jason in the chat. Hometown connection. There we go. That match in the books on 35 and 36. Unfortunately, right now, the only pair we have left available is currently down for appears potentially a few lost bowling balls. Over on 51 and 52. So it looks like they're actually going to be moving them.
Where did you do yesterday? Right where the next TV is.
All right, folks, we're currently awaiting the opportunity to see what's going to happen on 51 and 52. All the other pairs are all wrapped up at the moment. Looks like they're moving to 53 and 54 to complete the rest of match number 5 here, Baker match 5, final match of the day here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational.
Hello, Mr. Aaron Smith.
Hello, Jason Thomas.
Yeah, I have the final scores for the rest of the teams here, and so if you want, I can run that down for you. And then we don't have the coverage on that pair that they're going to be moving to, so we can go ahead and sign off once I run down the scores, and then folks can get the scores later tonight when they're posted online. But
all right, sounds good.
Yeah, the first match. Nebraska shot 893 and they lost. They lost to Sam Houston, who shot 1069. Big game for them.
Oh, wow.
Finish.
Mm-hmm.
Tulane shot 980, and they played Arkansas. Arkansas, another big game, big set, 1077 for their 5 games. McKendree shot 903 in a winning effort over Texas Southern, who shot 719. And Stephen F. Austin shot 946 over Louisiana Tech's 903. So
between Sam Houston and Arkansas State, some of the biggest games we've seen today, outside just we had the 1087 earlier from McKendree. But those were 2 of the bigger games we saw today on that 42-foot condition, or I guess collection of games.
Yeah,
at 42-foot pattern.
Yeah, the players were able to migrate left and use all the friction that's built up all day, and it's interesting because some of the teams really struggled. The teams that obviously have lower rev rate and want to play to the right, they struggled coming down the stretch because they're starting to hook quite a bit, and the teams with more rev rate ate them up. So just interesting to see the discrepancies in scores as we come down the stretch. But unfortunately, we don't have the coverage of this final match as it wraps up. They'll have another game and a half before they're in the books, and then our standings will be finalized for the first day.
All right, folks. Well, with that, we will go ahead and sign off from USA Bowl and the International Bowling Campus for day number 1, Baker Day, at the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. We'll be back tomorrow for traditional games. So 5-player team games. 5 of those we are scheduled to start at 10:25 a.m. Eastern, 9:25 local time. And they'll be going till about 4 p.m. Eastern. That's the approximate time. So we got a nice window there to sit back, relax, and enjoy some more bowling. Big thanks. We had a lot of great guests today. We got a few more in store tomorrow, but just taking a look at the list one more time today. We had Alicia Current, PWBA Tour champion and head coach of Delaware State, join us. Mark Lewis, the USBC Hall of Famer and director of bowling at Wichita State. The legend, Bill Straub, from the longtime coach at Nebraska, joining for a little bit. Andy Dirks, who runs the Mount Mercy men's and women's program and also part of the Team USA coaching staff. And then finally, we had 2 more. Taylor Bailey, an up-and-coming player on the PWBA Tour, is going to be making her debut in a couple months in April and was a standout at McHenry. And then finally, Julia Bond, the winner of the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic and a standout at Nebraska, joined us for a little bit as well to talk about the collegiate experience. But it's great to see collegiate bowling back, folks. We're definitely excited. We had such a full schedule last year, or 2019, I guess, and we're looking forward to a lot this year. Obviously, we've had some things come up with just the world in general, but we are excited to have collegiate bowling back, and we'll be back at it tomorrow one more time. So be sure to take a look for those final standings across our social media platforms a little bit later this evening. And of course, please let your friends know, bowltv.com. Watch some of the top NCAA programs. Once again, for tomorrow, you'll just need a login to join the show. That's free to make. Takes just 2 or 3 minutes to do, and you'll be all set to go. But that's going to do it for now. So for Jason Thomas, I'm Aaron Smith. We'll see you folks later. And remember, Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Have a great night, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.